I said play this thing today. Don't know why. Felt like it. Let's... I think that's it. Interview, maybe. Tell at times. Dun dun. No wonder. How many episodes is this? Ah, 5. So 10 of these things, maybe.
The Empire of Japan. After opening its doors, a push for cultural transformation brought great waves of Western influence to this far eastern island nation. The revolution washed over the land, making life in the capital exciting and unsettling. It was a period of great change, and some was swept away by the tide. But for one man, the turbulence of that era was just the beginning of an extraordinary story.
I need a small cup of tea. Tiny little cup, just a... Lovely. Second. Yeah, so I was paying attention completely to all that stuff. Feudal Japan during that sort of time. Changes the Western nation popping in, and someone got shot. Oh, the bailiff. The murder? Why do you have a katana in a courthouse? How do you have a katana in a court? Wait a second. I don't remember Japanese. What era is this? What? There's so many questions I shall ask, but I have no clue of the answers, for I need to study more history at me, a man with a Wikipedia. New, microphone. New, yeah, good, thanks. Go on. There we go. Yeah, you can still hear me. Don't worry, I'm talking to no one here. Like there can be anyone else in here because there's not really much room in here. It's a really tiny setup. I have a little fridge over here, and a desk right here. I have my monitor way over there behind the camera. Like, yeah, we're gonna take a little time as we wait for other people to possibly pop in. Pop in? Will anybody pop in? That is always a question. Let us see. Maybe. Maybe. Who knows? Who knows these streams? Maybe people pop in, maybe no one will pop in, maybe it'll just be me and the crows. Oh, yeah, yes, of course, sorry. What are you apologizing to me for? Oh, no, I suppose that wasn't my fault. But really, Azuma, I never meant to drag you into this, I'm sorry. There you go again, apologizing. Just like always. You've been all over the newspaper these past few days. Yume, university professor murdered in cold blood by student. But obviously, you didn't actually do it, did you? Of course not. You have to believe me, I didn't do it. I'm look at me. Well, actually, if you look at me, you can totally see that I could totally do it, because bald, long beard, and I'm fat. I can't run very far. I could never murder someone. There's nothing to worry about. Straighten yourself up. Hold your head high. You mean... I believe you. I know you're innocent. Ryunosuke. Also his second year at Yume University. But he's far more clever than I. A star student, in fact. He's even a qualified lawyer. Impressive considering he's still an undergraduate. It's not that impressive. The very concept of lawyer is only a few years old. Here in Japan, anyway. It's true. You said exactly the same thing 3 days ago. But I'm proud to have a friend like you, Kazuma, truly. 3 days ago? Yes, that's when all this started. But the real question is... how could I kill the guy? I don't really have a gun. Also... was he killed with a gun? I don't remember. If you kill with a gun, then yeah, definitely. It's probably difficult to get one still. In Japan during that time, if I remember right. Well... ones of that type, possibly. I don't remember the start very well now. Gosh dang, my brain not remembering stuff because I was distracted by other things. heart of the British Empire. I wish I could see it too. Then come with me. We'd have a wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's city of London together. Only it were that simple. Here, look at the time. I'd better be going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little longer. Ross. Not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. Ah yes, tea and crumpets. British food. Maybe disappointing, possibly. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. And straight after that, that's when it happened. Asogi, may I have a word? Professor, I didn't know you were coming. Well, this case has personal significance to me. But never mind that for now, Asogi. You should go immediately to the judge's chambers. Why? I was looking for you before. You advocating for the defense in this trial was a sudden decision. It seems there may be confusion about procedures today as a result. I see, I'll go there once then. I'll see you in the courtrooms. It's Kazuma. I forgot when Phoenix Wright was set. Well, the recent ones, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. When were those? What year? What sort of decade? What sort of time? What era were they set in? Also, I should have more light on me. Give me a second, let me, Ah, perfect. Lord, that is bright. Oh god. It's like having the sun staring directly in my face. From one side. Let's go and remedy this. Ah, good. 2 suns. 2 bright lights directly into my face. Because I thought I needed more light on me, because now you can see more of my features. My weird little features in my face. And now you can see my eyes. We're progressing. Ow. Drag my nose against the desk corner like that. Ah! Let's sit, more. Sit up straight again. Now, who are you? This is awkward. We've been sitting here for quite a while, completely quiet. If I may. Yes, sorry. You must be the defendant. Inosuke Naruhodo. I think I said that right. Hopefully I said that right. I'm gonna butcher a lot of names like usual. At least I'm not gonna be like one person who goes and calls people the most ridiculous names possible the entire time. Then again, I could do that as well. I could call people some stupid names, and they'd actually fit in the weirdest way. Eugen Mikotoba, a professor of forensic medicine at Yume University. Ooh. Wait a second, forensics? Okay, that actually does give some idea of the era, because forensics were still possibly primitive forensics. Not the stuff that we have now, but then again, that stuff actually did have some pretty neat stuff, but it was also kind of flimsy. not really accepted much. Too much later. I think it was more accepted in Japan at some point, quicker than everywhere else. I don't remember. It's weird. As I recall, he's been pushing to get the government to agree to Kazuma studying abroad. He's told me about you. You and he are best friends, I understand. As such, I feel you should know. You know what? Well, as you've no doubt heard, Asogi has been granted permission to go and study in Great Britain. However, if he should fail to defend you in today's trial, he's kind of boned. What? It's expected. You are unaware of this. I had a feeling Asogi may have chosen not to tell you. Agreed to defend me, knowing that if he fails, his dreams will be shattered. But I don't understand. Why would the government do such a thing? It has to choose from a large number of applicants for overseas study. Even in the most favorable circumstances. Actually, it kind of makes sense during that time because, hey, granting permission to go out and such like that is kind of a hard thing to do. So you have to talk to the foreign government, all the other stuff during that time, and this is Great Britain during this era, and Japan during this era, and yeah, this actually works. I don't believe it. But I didn't do it, I swear it. I'm not a murderer. I'm sure that's true, nevertheless. I can assume that proving your innocence will be no easy task. You see, there are certain particularities about today's trial. Sorry, what do you mean? You'll soon understand once proceedings get underway. But then what should I do? Well, naturally I'm not going to suggest doing anything that could lead to a conviction. Right, so as soon as the trial starts, the judge will pose a certain question to the defense. When that happens, you must answer before anyone else. You must say, I do. But what will the question be? Surely not. Do you accept the accusations brought before you? Of course not. We're about to be cut short. Okay, great. So this is one of the... Oh. So he's kind of explaining how this game works to me. Great. Not be the defense lawyer in this trial. Of course, as the defendant, the final decision is yours. On the unforgettable trial. My one and only chance to prove my innocence, the trial that would decide my destiny. So this is a courtroom. Oh god, this courtroom looks terrifying. No court in the land has more power. Lots of military and other uniforms in there. A secret trial. What? But why? It'll become clear in time. But for now... Concentrate, Ryunosuke. It's about to begin. Oh god, the judge looks amazing. This must be the question. Who's going to defend me? That's the question Professor Mint. But then, if I say I do... I need to answer quickly. What should I do?
Yes!
It'll be... What? Be the reason that you...
Objection!
That's actually true. In fact, my mind's complete blank. No doubt aware, this is the Supreme Court of Japan. Accordingly, the very highest standard of conducts are expected of all present. To make myself clear, Defendant Naruhoda, yes, Your Excellency. It's therefore my duty to assess your competence for the task you have undertaken. What does that mean? So let's start with the very simplest of questions. You know me so well. All the relevant information for the case can be found in the court record, but I can't even find that. Simple, you access the court record with the press of the E button. Ah, good. It's all in there. I just press E for court record. Alright, there's no time to lose. John H. Wilson. Find the victim in the people section of the court record, then press R to present. Try it now.
Yes.
Victim name, same as Dr. John H. Wilson. At least you can remember the name of an esteemed member of your own university. The reason why this case has such profound implications. It's at present our country's most valuable foreign ally. Oh yeah, it's during that time. Great. By these delicate circumstances, the blood of Englishmen has been spilt on our soil. You two are both undergraduates at the Imperial University, are you not? Murdering professor from the very institution that fights your education. Have you no honor? But you didn't do it. People government is scared of upsetting England's policymakers. And you're a convenient and expendable scapegoat to blame for this crime. So that's why the trial has these unusual peculiarities. Is it? Exactly, our government needs to convict someone as quickly as possible. All because the victim was an Englishman. But nationalities and treaties won't make any difference for me here. The fact is, I was there at the scene of the crime. And now he's remembering the crime very well now. Wait. And now we're remembering more things. So I went over to the professor's table. Introduced myself to Dr. Wilson. Now then, let me pose my next question to you, Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. How did the Professor of Medicine, Dr. H. Wilson, lose his life? Say before the court the cause of death. Well, obviously that was, remember that in court, every attestation must be backed up by evidence. But how? Find the piece of evidence that shows Professor's cause of death and present it. Post-mortem.
Yes.
Well, according to this document, the victim suffered a hemorrhagic death due to gunshot trauma, which I don't own a gun. Right, yes, that's right. Post-mortem report. In the West, doctor dissects corpses to identify the cause of death in an autopsy. But here in Japan, the police officer merely inspects the body and draws conclusions that way. Oh, I see. As long as I'm not going to be testing any of this later. In other words, we should assume the victim was shot at close range. Counsel, the court will accept the modern scientific evidence into the record. Well, that's something I've never seen before. It's clearly superior to a drawing. The detail is incredible. I'm satisfied with your answers. Let's start the trial. Certainly, Excellency. Great, my voice is not going to do very well today. We're going to have issues with saying words. Great! That's because I have this still happening on my ear. And actually, this ear is slightly going as well, because I don't know why. Without further ado, the order to better appraise the court with the facts of the case. Beck calls his first witness, who was there at the scene of the crime when it happened. This is it then. Miko Toba? Yes, clearly you're the defense lawyer today, not me. But that doesn't mean... I can still act as your assistant. When he was speaking with me before, he simply said, let's not be the defense lawyer in this trial. Any help you can give me would be greatly appreciated, Kazuma. I have no clue what I'm doing. I am a drama student. My first piece of advice is, rein in that crazy look of bewilderment and control the cold sweats. Only if you rein that crazy headband and control the cold stares first. That's a crazy freaking headband. And also, oh great. Witness, state your name and occupation for the court, please. He's a waiter. Satoru Osunaga? I think I said that right. I'm the head waiter at a Western-style restaurant called La Carnival. I think I said the way that they would probably say it. Hopefully I said it the way that they'd probably say it in this sort of thing. Are you alright? You seem to be coughing up some, blood. It's a regular occurrence. It really doesn't bother me. Really should. He probably broke a rib. Which can be equated to if he shot like this and with a, well, I don't know, probably could have broken a rib by having a gun pointed wrong or something like that. To various other things, possibly getting hit. But that is just my thought, and who knows, maybe other people will be possibly a actual issue of this thing. As everyone knows, the capital's southeastern quarter was developed for foreign visitors some years ago. It's become a very fashionable district now, full of hotels to accommodate overseas guests. An incidental eatery 3 days ago? Understood, Osunaga-san. We'll kindly tell the court everything you can about the incident. I would actually like someone to probably voice act a lot better than me right now, because I can only do like so many voices and actually speak so well right now because there's issues. At once, sir. And no petty interjections from the aspiring lawyer boy, please. Aspiring maybe, but aspiring. This is 2 p.m. on the day in question. We have a few dinners at the time of day. The lunchtime rush was over, and there were only 3 tables still occupied. That fits in with my memory of it, too. There was hardly anyone else in the place. It was when I was in the kitchen putting away crockery and cutlery. Gunshot rang out, so I hurried out to the dining area to see what happened. An English gentleman slumped in his chair, and standing immediately beside him, gun in hand, was the accused university student. Hold on, let me just clarify something here. While I did pick up the gun that I found lying on the ground floor beside the professor, I didn't shoot him.
Objection!
I believe I asked you to refrain from petty interjections. Listen to the witness report of what he saw, you amateur. You have your chance to fight back. Yeah, for now, we must just quietly listen to the witness. The gun in his hand was the same man we see here before in court today. Without question. Apart from the accused, was there anyone else standing beside the victim? No, there was no one else around the table but the deceased Englishman and the university student. Huh? Wait. What did you say? There's no one else around that table. That's just not right. When I went over to Dr. Wilson to say hello, there was someone there.
Yes!
Yep. That's say it then.
Objection!
Perhaps your memory of events is hazy. The deceased gentleman came to dine alone. I don't believe it. Have a look if you'd like to. You can see the gentleman in question was seated alone. Well, you're clearly a very conscientious waiter. Thank you, sir. His plan and added to the court evidence record. Oh, well... Is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once. Of course, here you are. Ah, he's coughing a storm now. So... Ah, good, we should give him the most stupid voice ever. There we go. There we go. So, the court has now heard a recess of the case. Yes, at the moment, the gunshot was heard in the restaurant, and the only person in close proximity to the victim was the defendant on trial today. It would seem we are looking at a black and white case here. Defendant Naruhata? Odo? Yes, Your Excellency? That works a lot better. I'm not getting blinded now. In other words, you may have some small reprieve in terms of the inevitable punishment. As an unsworn witness, in order to explain the details of the case to the court, I must warn the defense if you are determined to pursue matters further in this trial, the prosecution has decisive evidence from sworn witnesses who were present at the scene of the crime. Oh, I'm going to be found guilty one way or another, it seems. It's sensible to plead guilty at this stage and hope for a more lenient sentence. Tell me that this trial is unusual about these peculiarities. You said it, Professor. Said it, and so has the judge and the prosecution. It's great if it lies ahead if I push this. I believe you're innocent. I trust you. And yet, despite knowing that, you're willing now to throw that trust back in my face. Is that it? What? In fact, innocent, then a defense lawyer is duty-bound to prove that innocence by whatever means necessary. Are you going to abandon that duty? Are you going to give up on yourself? It's true, the battle hasn't even started. It's true. Calls next witnesses. Very well, officer. Bring forth the witnesses at once. Witnesses, kindly state your names and occupations for the court. And Imperial officers, Sergeant. Oh, great. Reporting. Great. I find employers purveyor of fine articles of antiquity from the effluence of our nation, Nippon. I conduct my trade from Resutai, a humble premise in the 2nd District. Rio... Gosh, dang it, I have to read so many... 1 second. There. Okay. The cat has left. The cat has vanished from the world again. Shut the door because the cat. Water. Yeah, it seems like that level of light is not what's needed to keep my face lit up. Seems I just have to suffer with getting used to being slightly blinded. I don't like being slightly blinded, it's not fun. An antique dealer and a soldier, what an unusual pairing. Both of these gentlemen were present at the restaurant on the day in question. Must be the diners at the other tables that the waiter mentioned. So if I inevitably take tea of the most exquisite aroma at the establishment in question, always post noon. First, with interested parties regarding the curios with which I make my business. Bringing one of his curios here. I can't understand a word that old man is saying. He's an antique dealer. It sounds like he's a regular at the Carnival. They have an interest in antiques and try to sell his wares to them. He obviously targets... Oh, that's actually true. That's actually a good place to target. If you're an antique dealer, because, hey, they're after Japanese antiques and such to sell off to, well, the British are off over there to collect antiques to bring back home. Which is quite interesting, really. And again, British kind of buy a lot of things, and also acquired things. Anyway, let's carry on. That sergeant looks more like he'd be a seller rather than a buyer. Now you both witnessed the precise moment of this most atrocious incident. Is that correct? His firearm, sir. This man's an impossible to understand as the other. I'm almost sure I heard a strange noise during that last thing he said. So this is decisive evidence the prosecution is threatening. Soldier's claiming that he actually saw the precise moment you shot the victim dead. Yes. Well, are you starting to feel uncomfortable? If I'm honest, I was feeling uncomfortable from the start. What's with the baby sounding from him? Great, now they're claiming they saw things. Actually, I'm curious of this thing. Oh, I have a magnifying glass. Huh. This may actually... Wait a second, there are some... Okay, so this is the kitchen. So... yeah, he could get some views and angles and everything to see the person. He also does have an angle to shoot the guy, to other things. Person over here from across him could very well shoot them from that angle. But it would look more like an exit wound than what it looks like on this thing. What the witnesses saw. While having a tactical discussion with the old man, This up, I was extolling the virtues of a particularly fine golden curio in the military, to the military gentleman. At that precise moment, a firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes. Black University uniform varsity cadet fired on the English civilian from the back, the cowardly little weasel. That's actually kind of wrong, because... And plus, he wasn't shot in the front. He was well, he wasn't shot in the back. He was shot in the front. Ah, good. I wish to cross-examine these witnesses.
Yes! Objection!
Objection. The defense is asserting its right to cross-examination. Whether or not you think he's capable of it is irrelevant. Very well. Let the defense conduct a cross-examination of the witnesses. Right, this is where the battle really begins. You know, escape, but I don't even know what I have to do in a cross-examination. Isn't it obvious? You have to expose lies in the witness statements. How? You didn't fire the gun, which means that the soldier said has to be a lie. Well, yes, but... key doing that is evidence. Right. Evidence. How sure to be that I was the one who fired at them? Alright then, it's all or nothing. I'm screwed either way. Discussing the regulation beefsteak at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man. Purchase a particularly fine golden curio for the military gentleman. My own eyes, the Black University varsity cadet fired on the English gentleman from the back.
Yes!
It's not from the back, it's from the front. Okay. I was going to go back to what he said so I can go and throw it at his face at that point. That's it. Peruse evidence in the court record and find the inconsistency with a witness's statement. Alright, I'll give it a try. You hear the witness's statement over and over again as many times as you like. So keep your head and be measured in your attack. Good luck, partner. That's some regulated steak beef. Not that.
Yes!
Objection to that. Present my statement. You were shot in the front, not the back. Inconsistency, sir. I mean, yes. There's a clear inconsistency here. He wasn't shot in the back, he was shot in the front, as you can clearly see from the photograph and also from that. Obviously. Could be more plain. Kazuma? What? What are you talking about? This apparent from a single glance at the post-mortem report presented by the defense that there's a clear discrepancy here with the sergeant's statement. What? Sergeant Sonoza? Yes, sir. What, sir? The statement you just made was this. The black uniformed varsity student fired on the English civilian from the back. The cowardly little weasel.
Yes!
But this is shot from the front. And why not, Cadet? Because it is clearly stated in the post-mortem report. Fatal hemorrhage from the pectoral ballistic trauma. No exit wound. Bullet did not pass through the body. Photographic evidence print on the victim clearly shows the same thing. The victim, Dr. Wilson, died from a bullet to the chest. Ah. Sergeant, according to your witness statement, the culprit shot the victim from behind. And that is obvious. The obvious discrepancy here. Well, how do you explain it? What was that? Something just popped up from behind his back. They push it down again. No, I agree, Sergeant Noza. There's a baby on his back. But last testimony the court heard was proven one thing beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness, Sergeant Leoza Noza, or whatever his freaking name is, did not see the defendant firing a gun at all. Ah, that's absurd. I think the conclusion we must draw is simple. There is no place for an amateur prosecutor here in this grand courtroom. Uchi, you're now the amateur. There's been a complete turnabout in the mood of this trial just from that one discrepancy. This is what being an ace attorney is all about. But I definitely saw him. There, he was pointing the firearm directly at the victim's back. I never fired the gun. All I did was pick it up off the floor. And you, old man, you didn't see the moment the victim was shot either. Huh? Myself, I have already been quite clear. The gunshot interests me not. I was far too busy on the floor. What were you doing? Hunting for treasure. Treasure? Indeed. My prized coin. On each occasion when I visit that restaurant, it is my place. A bosom pocket, a particular trinket of interest from my shop. In the hope of meeting a rich diner who might like to buy it from you. On the day under scrutiny, it was to the military man that I offered my Hoey treasure. I believed that he would purchase such a rare find. I did not, but I was presented with a little alternative. And then, after averting my eyes, the briefest of moments, there was no more. It simply vanished. Coben vanished. Hunting around on the table, I was in case it had fallen there, and then it happened. The gunshot. You mean? Indeed I did, but I hated it not, for I was concerned only with finding my absconded Hoey treasure. It is important to me. It's my coin. I like my coin, it's my precious, and I will sell it for money. Nothing could distract me. Of interest, did you find the coin in the end? No. See. Lamentable day, the precious Hoey Koban was lost to me. No doubt some unscrupulous scoundrel pocketed the prize coin for himself. As I am sure everyone present is aware, this case demands a swift and decisive resolution. You two did not supply this, thus you're both boned. Going off to the next thing now. Promise to send a full report to Great Britain by telegraph this afternoon. Nevertheless, the witness testimony the court has just heard was inconclusive. No matter how subservient our government feels, it must be the British. It would be unforgivable to deliver a verdict on this trial right now. What's your position, Prosecutor Ouchi? Worry not, Your Excellency. The defendant may have fled a tiger at the front gate, but he will find Wolf at the back. For the testimony to make. Explain. Abundantly clear that there is only one person who could have possibly have committed the despicable crime. The equally despicable defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. He did it! We're going to blame him because we can. Because we're the government. He seems to have a despicable opinion of you, doesn't he? Very well, the court invites the witnesses to testify again, and will thoroughly explain the reasoning behind the prosecution's allegation. Is that clear? As clear as Kiriko Glass, Your Excellency? Yes, sir, at once, sir. Awaiting signal to testify, sir. With his baby on his back. Excuse me. But there's something or someone peeking out over your shoulder, I think. Newest member of the Nosa family to rise up through the ranks, sir. Name Ido. It would seem those straps are a sign the sergeant being too strapped to afford a nanny. Inshan. The father is about to quell the enemy. Watch and learn, my boy. Yeah, Ford crap. It's broke. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment the firearm was discharged, it's almost the same thing. Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man. That young lad in black. That much I myself did see. Furthermore, a visual sketch search of the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present. Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman, dining all by himself. Therefore, no one other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman over and out.
Yes!
Wait, that's nonsense. The victim, Dr. Wilson, wasn't alone at all. Enough these outbursts already. There's a woman. There's a young woman at his table.
Objection!
We are not here to listen to your fantasies. It's evident beyond all reasonable doubt the victim was alone at the time of the incident. Photographic evidence of this fact. Is that a photographic print of the scene of the crime council? Indeed, of the table at which the victim was dining, taken by the investigator immediately after the incident. Certainly, based on the appearance of this print, it'd be reasonable to conclude the victim was not in the company of anyone else. Doesn't make any sense. Well, carbonated water and a steak lunch can be seen on the victim's table. Understand. What's going on here? It's not possible that anybody else saw the woman. I saw her. I swear that I saw a woman with him. It's not over yet. What? What she says is true, then there's something going on here behind the scenes. And now is your chance to expose it. to draw out the truth in your cross-examination. I don't know, Kazuma. The defense is entitled to cross-examine the witnesses, but make it quick, understood? Rules can be so bending at times. Now it's time to find what's the inconsistency here. Well, I should actually check the things that I have here first. That doesn't help at all. Wait a second. These chairs. There's a lot of things here. Did see, furthermore, a visual search of the premise at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present. Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman dining by himself, for no one other than the black uniform cadet could have dispatched the Englishman over and out. Oh. What's the matter? I can't find anything. I can't find a clear discrepancy anywhere. I'm done for. I can't win this trial. Oh. Listen, the first thing to do is calm down. You can't expect witness statements to be full of holes every time. Just take your time and try to tease more information out of them first. What do you mean? You choose to either press or present against each of the witness statements. Saying something you're suspicious about, press them with Q. Crucial. Right, I see. Point is, there's no sense in holding back. If anything even slightly jars with you, press the witness and press them hard. Alright, got it. I'll press them like blocks of tofu.
Yes! Objection!
There was indeed a reason. There was. Jack in the pocket. What is that, Counsel? Medical report card, Your Excellency. It would seem that the victim had an appointment at a clinic prior to visiting the restaurant. Clinic, yes. There would indeed appear to be an entry for the date in question. PM. Very day of the incident. Went for a late lunch following his appointment. The explanation couldn't be more simple. Felt no need to submit the evidence before appearing on the case. I wonder. What do you think, Ryunosuke? Well, it is hard to see how it could be related, really. Remember, you can question before it be entered into the court record as evidence you think could be useful. Hello, Jelk.
Hello.
How are you doing?
Tired from work, just not kind of like feeling 100%.
Yes!
That sucks.
I'm about to get RT's like entire playthrough of an Ace Attorney game.
I'm playing Ace Attorney Chronicles right now.
I think that's the same one he's on.
Yeah, it was on sale,
Oh, cool.
so I got a hold of it. I'm doing it for a stream right now.
I don't
And
know
you
what I
sound
wanna-
tired.
I am tired. I'm exhausted.
And I'm having fun stumbling around words and trying to say Japanese words, and I'm like, how do I say this
Wait,
properly?
are you playing a Japanese game?
No, the words are in Japanese. Well, not in Japanese, but they are, but some of the words are Japanese spelled, well, Ryunosuke and all that stuff. I sometimes stumble around words like that and other words.
Okay.
Because my accent gets in the way.
You have an accent?
I try to force to not have an accent.
What's your accent?
It's kind of hard to really go into, because I kind of just go and swap from one accent to another at times, like this
Oh,
one.
you're like my sister then.
I've also heard a bunch of other accents, so I kind of add them to my list.
Very nice. So, the mask game is probably gonna end up having Kwame's in it.
Oh, gosh dang it, we're gonna have...
Well, look. Before you say anything, yes, I don't have to do that. Will I stop? Probably not.
Well, I'm going, oh my god dang it. Mostly because it's like, great, this is gonna become even more memey. But then again, is that bad? No.
I mean, I won't have a fucking love, square.
Ah, yes, the love square of pain and suffering. Ah, the love oxahedron. Well, joke, at least it's not gonna be the, love, the love, what's it called again? Weird shape that's in, Scooby-Doo.
What?
People making jokes that everybody's into one another in Scooby-Doo and one of the versions.
No, they're not. Fred is into traps. That is the only acceptable thing.
Well, Fred says in one of the episodes, you can call, if we're dating, you can call me Freddy, and everybody calls him Freddy in the gang.
I mean, friends call you Freddy too.
I'm just like, is this confirmation of that weird sort of thing here? Are they doing this sort of stuff now? Or is Fred just a really nice guy? I agree that Fred's just a really nice guy to his friends. Because seriously, how he acts is, let's all be friends, guys! The court has already heard okay, I have to get into this voice.
has already heard the conclusion.
Oh, god dang it!
What?
God dang it. I was like,
Ooh.
I was trying to get a ridiculous voice, and you beaten me, and you beaten the voice that I used out of the water.
Send me the link to your Twitch, because I keep losing it.
Okay, I'll hand you the link again.
Wait, is it pinned in your channel?
Dang it, you know what I should do, right?
Pin it in your channel?
Yes.
Yeah, you should. No wonder I keep losing it.
Here it is. And now it is now... Where's pin thing? Pin message. Yes. Pinned. There we go. It's now pinned. Wait, where'd the game go? Oh, there it is.
Oh, wait, it's this version of it.
Yeah. Or they're in, what's it called again?
So, this is Achu I'm playing. Let's see.
The court has already heard conclusive witness testimony. Additional evidence will be extraneous.
Damn, that voice. I love it. It fits him.
Very good.
Oh, God.
Not to mention the victim's movements prior to his arrival at the restaurant are of no concern. I'm very hot right now. I have to keep planning or I'll fall over.
Objection!
Whether or not they are of concern is up to us to decide. We have the right. Oh wait, I can do this voice. Whether or not they are of concern is up to us to decide. We have a right to explore all possible avenues. Dang, I didn't do that right, but it's close enough. I have to get into the morph.
I beg your pardon?
You
Wait,
have.
is this?
Huh?
Wait, is this character like the tutorial character?
Yeah, this is Kazuma. Yeah, the other guy is supposed to be Phoenix, right?
So this is Sasuke Uchiha, and the other guy is supposed to be background anime character.
No, this guy is tutorial guy, and this is supposed to be Phoenix right over here.
Jeez, he looks like he could murder someone.
Who? This guy? Headband man?
Yeah, Headband Man.
Headband
so
man.
weird watching the stream and me being behind.
Yeah, he has a katana as well. Headband man has a katana.
Oh.
But this man was murdered with a gun with a bullet to the front.
Wait, the man with the headband?
No. Let's go into the court records right now and show you. This man right here was shot in the front. This man called
Miles Edgeworth.
well, no, it's not Miles Edgeworth. It's
I have a question.
John
Do you
H.
think-
Wilson.
So, when are they gonna bring in Kilometers Edgeworth?
I have no clue. But yeah, this is Kazuma Soji. And we are playing as I forgot what my name is supposed to be. I forgot now. Damn, I forget my own name. You have no authority to refuse a perfectly valid request for the submission of evidence.
Oh wait, yeah, you're streaming. Hold up, let me watch your stream.
Thank you.
The court will grant
God dang, that's his perfect voice.
He looks like he's some big Russian man.
Yes. God dang.
Young DJs or whoever is sorting their whites. It's a most disturbing trend. Let me walk all over you.
I'm like, oh god, he has the uwu voice. Perfect.
Officer, kindly add the victim's medical report card to the court record. Oh, I see he has an F in living. The victim's medical report card has been entered into the court record.
What we need right now is new clues. Okay, you and I split up. You take Scooby, I'll take Vilma. Why did I go with that?
I don't know. That's your prerogative.
Me just realizing, why would you take Velma? And then it went, why wouldn't you take Velma? She's hot.
I want smart ones. Remember, Shaggy, the only thing you're good for doing is making sure we don't starve in this hellscape of an economy.
Oh yeah, we are Ryunosuke.
Ah, okay, that's a name.
Right, I hear you.
You can conspire to prolong this trial as much as you like, but it's the day after the festival already for you. Or perhaps you've forgotten that these witness testimonies leave no room for doubt. Feel free to reiterate for their clues. Kuwa-Kuwa-san. Oh God!
Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman dining all by himself.
Why is the man whose head is shaped like a dildo vibrating? Wait, is this the same franchise that, like, Sherlock Holmes's ghost shows up and dabs on someone?
I don't know. I hope he does.
I distinctly remember him doing that in one of these games.
Therefore, no one other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman over and out. Actually, let's go and check the evidence right now. Oh, I can't do that. Oh, I should.
Damn, why does that man have an
I
actual
can.
child on his back?
Because he can't afford a nanny right now.
Oh, so he just brings his kid to work.
Yep, it's bring your kid to work day right now. Does that work, Ryunosuke? We've gleaned over some new information now. Well, yes, but I don't feel like it changes much. Does it brings any real discrepancies? Oh, now I can properly check it. Let's go and check this thing. Oh wait, it's not letting me. Oh wait, a medical report card was found in the victim's pocket. Okay, I can only look at it like that.
God, put away your sword, please.
Don't be so sure. Let me see the medical report card you got before.
He
Oh great,
fucking
he
does
has
his
to look at it.
Natsu on it.
Huh?
He does his Natsu on it and just slices it up into a billion pieces.
I shall go and bring out the rules of nature against all these people.
Slices a woo man in half.
Oh woo! You mean this? Yes, this is a brand new piece of evidence. So perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail. Oh, great. So it's gonna tell me to do what I was trying to do a while ago. How exactly? With your magnifying glass! Oh, you know,
The thing you keep.
Bear magnifying glass, these are the ones you may examine. Press space and you can take a close look at the piece in question. Wait, what? It's showing me something that I didn't know.
The fitness grand pacer test. By using the mystical powers of these runes I found. Okay.
So you can move the crosshairs around to hunt for clues that you may have missed before.
That area is so tiny, though. Oh, that's actually nice, I guess.
So, partner, I think you should take a closer look at the medical report card.
He
See if-
just
Huh?
he just slams it into your face and then just like crushes you into the table with it.
Yes, I
Here,
can see him
take
doing
a
that.
closer look.
Thunk! And yes, I just smacked myself in the face, and you can see that on my stream. That was kind of painful.
Yes, I had to move the Discord out of the way because I was playing that thing at the time.
See if there isn't something new to be learned by examining it in detail. And also, mustache! Stop trying to go into my mouth! I have no
Yeah, what?
food for you to eat.
It wants to be snacked. You should like get a carrot and just slowly stick it into the beard.
Knowing my carrot, it'd start to be it started to vanish over time, just being in my beard for about like an hour.
This is the opposite of a problem. Do a stream where you have a whole carrot, in your beard for the entirety of the stream, and then afterwards pull it out and see its size changed.
I should do that, and I should actually train the parrot.
And then we reveal that one of your cats is just eating the carrot.
No, I should just have CD over there try and eat the carrot while under my beard. And then you just see the bird just stick their head out from under my beard.
That sounds really cute. You should do it.
I haven't trained her very well, and she'd probably bite me.
Okay.
Then again, she might not bite me because it's a
Schrodinger's bite.
it's a question. She's actually nice, but at times she's like, I'm going to be a complete asshole.
Excellent. Very good. Anyway, back to the game.
Alright, I'll see what I can do. Alright, I'll see what I can do then. I need to use these mystical runes you just gave me to figure out things. Okay, let's check the thing that I was actually more curious about. Dang it, it's not letting me do that to that thing. What did he say?
It was that one that I told you to look at.
I can't.
That bitch.
Oh yeah, I have to. There we go, now I can do it.
Okay, good.
Let's open this thing now. Let's have a look.
I love how they vibrated when you clicked on it.
They vibrate into existence, into my mind palace.
Like, let's have a look. This is some kind of medical history in the medical history, but oh god! The floor here is made of floor.
This ice cream is made of ice cream. This water is made of water. It's got a lot of other crap in it. No, it's actually got some decent stuff in it. There's entry for the day the professor was killed. Extraction of molar with topical anesthesia. I don't know why I started talking like that. Topical anesthesia. Extraction of molar? You mean he had a tooth taken out? It would seem so. Just before the incident, he had a bad tooth removed. As I said, he had his molar removed. Do I have to keep repeating myself?
This is a Phoenix Wright game. If you say that every single time that they repeat themselves, we're going to be here all night.
Ah, yes. We have to have a shot every time I do that. No, I'd
Don't, you will die. Like, from what I know of Phoenix Wright games, which is barely anything.
Oh god, yeah, I'd probably be dead by the end of it. I'd probably be on the ground.
Phoenix Wright. I remember I saw one thing where the guy had to prove that the wings are part of the horse necklace that he figured out 2 hours ago. And the game wouldn't let him prove it until it decided arbitrarily.
That he can do it now.
Yeah.
It's just annoying. This is the reason I was like, I want to do things, to look at these things a lot closer, and it's not letting me until now. Ah yes, laughing gas for pain relief. Yes, I've heard of this anesthesia. I've also seen it on in things where they possibly used mallets to do it as well. Actually, I think that was a thing at one point in Europe. No way, wait. That was possibly just a fever dream at one point, thinking that they knocked a person out literally with a mallet. Then again, medicine was kind of barbaric back then, so... Anyway, Although it's hard to believe there's anything that can actually stop you feeling pain. Oh, there's a cautionary note from the medical practitioner as well. Strictly no food or drink besides water for 3 hours post-procedure until anesthesia effects have passed. Really?
He can't read Japanese. That's my headcanon.
What, Phoenix Wright can't read Japanese?
Yeah, no, I imagine what happened here is normal Phoenix Wright was transported all the back in time, and he can't actually read Japanese. Because he's American.
I can't read this. Let's let my friend read it for me. Of course is what it says. What are you saying?
I hope this becomes supernatural for no reason later.
That'd be hilarious, and I'd love to see Sherlock Holmes just stab on the guy.
That, like, actually I think it was, like, a Victorian-era style game, but Sherlock Holmes shows up and, like, fucking as a hologram and just starts dabbing on people. I'm like, what the fuck is going on?
God damn it. How do you
And this was his own murder trial. Like, he was dead.
I know that we're gonna have to go to Britain possibly in this game.
Oh, no, it's this game then. This game has dabbing Sherlock Holmes.
Oh, perfect. We have dabbing Sherlock Holmes now. This stream has it all.
Holmes' ghost is one of the witnesses who called on the stand, and it's like, what the fuck?
Sounds like information worth bearing in mind. Medical report card's information has been updated in the court record. With this new information, the meaning of that one particular statement totally changes. So I think it's time we listen to testimony again, don't you? Definitely.
Yeah.
Firearm. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment the firearm was discharged, it's almost the same thing. Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man was that young lad in black. That much I did see myself. Furthermore, a visual search of the premise at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present. Indeed, lo and he was, the Englishman dining all by himself. Where did I see a thing for that? That was what we needed. The situation has changed a great deal, and ooh, power flickering. Just what we need. It's simply a case of using it to our advantage now. Then do you mean there is a discrepancy somewhere? Maybe it's these lights. Turn off one light. Now I can see a lot better. That has not yet been brought to the courtroom's attention. He's right. Thinking about Dr. Wilson's circumstances at the time of the incident puts that particular statement in a totally different light.
Hasn't that been said like twice already?
Huh?
Hasn't that been said like twice already?
Yeah.
God.
I'm kinda stupid.
No, I would say you're too. I would say I feel like... I got up really early today.
Personal present. Indeed, alone he was, an Englishman dining all alone. Present evidence.
A gun.
He can't freaking eat.
Oh,
Other than
right.
water. For right
Yeah.
now.
God, just... Go- Didn't they just say this?
God dang it. Oh, I have to hit R. Come on! Go faster! D. R.
Yes!
Just raised his hand. Well, I
Teacher,
think...
I have a question.
Yep. What are you wondering about, Vlad? Call yourself a lawyer. I wish I could, but
Okay.
first and foremost
This
here...
reminds me of another game. It's crossover with Professor Layton, and like Phoenix Wright forgets he's a lawyer, but when he's in court, he does like the point and the objection, and he's like, "What is this feeling coursing through me?" And it's the funniest thing.
What is this feeling? I am a lawyer!
You know, it's just like natural element, which is sad because don't they like make him homeless later?
That sucks.
Yeah, like Phoenix Wright stops being a lawyer, which I'm sad about. I don't want him to stop being a lawyer. He's great. He's a bit of the problem. The person is that the problem is Maya. They need to get rid of Maya. They should have Phoenix Wright and Edgeworth team up.
So Phoenix Wright and Edgeworth team up to do his last case then.
No, they should have them team up.
That'd
Like,
be nice.
Yeah, just both of them. I mean, they actually did that in one thing, except it was like, because Edgeworth realized what it meant to be a true prosecutor, so then he starts like fucking roasting people on shit. Although it's weird because in Edgeworth's game, you're not the prosecution, you're just some detective.
That's
Basically, you do detective work.
actually kind of interesting.
Yeah, although they're a bit weird. It's like, hey, what's that red, like, glowing thing on this man's face? Is that a red mole? And it's like, no, it's a laser sight.
Alright, and thanks for the advice. So a lot of stuff happened, and now we're gonna go into this thing, because it's like, we spent a while doing the same thing over and over again. Let's actually get through this a bit more. But yeah. God dang it, how do you say his name? Korakuta?
Yeah, Korakuta.
Korakuta-san. This is a medical report card belonging to the victim. Ah, I see, and I don't see. What of it, boy? Comparing what is written on the report card with your witness statement, something clearly doesn't add up.
What the hell was that? He's like, why have I done this action?
Am I feeling the need to be a lawyer?
I love that about this. Okay, have you seen the anime of this?
I should see it.
In the anime, they cast Fujiro Da whenever they do objection.
Oh gosh, dang it, that's awesome.
It's the greatest. There's a scene where he does it, and it forces Von Karma to like slam against the wall.
Fusoda! Objection!
And there's another one where like Miles Edgeworth enters the room, and the doors are like almost blown off their hinges.
Whenever Miles Edgeworth says objection.
It's so good. I love it. It's my favorite.
I gotta watch that eventually. I gotta find it as a thing.
Yeah.
Objection!
Something clearly doesn't add up. Dear me, have you forgotten?
Dear me, have you forgotten my words so soon, you amateur?
Sorry, what?
You are not to interrupt court proceedings with your amateur drivel.
You're the amateur here, but...
Let's see if I can explain in words you might understand.
It was right to prove you when you afternoon when the victim was murdered at the West Front. Whatever he may have been done before that time, it completely irrelevant.
Why did it click right then?
I'm trying to see if I can make it even more fucking incomprehensible. Like, let me use words you'll understand. Proceeds to be incomprehensible.
But that's, remember, Ryunosuke, you don't have to use clear language or fancy words. Just make your point.
Well, actually, I believe we're finished here. There is surely no need to prolong this trial further.
He's just taking a nap this entire time.
Yeah.
The witness testimony to court have been free and concise.
Oh, no.
This medical record had no bearing on the matter at all, for the simple reason that
Objection!
there is no consequences railway or property.
It just skipped him right there without me doing
The
anything.
report card has nothing to do. Yes, continue. Sorry, I took your line.
It's okay. Do you really believe
Let me see if
that?
Pan will join us.
Wow.
Well, Albert had petrified. That Albert had petrified me, boy.
Boy!
Boy!
Or like Albert had petrified me.
Boy!
Just him going into that.
Yeah.
Of course I believe it. How could it possibly be relevant?
Perhaps because Hoda Clinic, which issued the report card, is a dental clinic.
A dental clinic? Is that supposed to mean something to me?
You might need it for those teeth of yours. To make your voice...
Exactly.
Huh?
I have stolen my teeth from the children.
What?
I have stolen the teeth from the children. Once I collect all the teeth of the children, I will be a mortal dragon.
God dang it.
Long ago,
Perhaps I told you that the victim had just had a tooth extracted. What's this now? And furthermore, if I told you that as a result, the victim had been forbidden from eating. What?
exclamation mark.
Just, what are you trying to say, cadet? He had orders not to eat, so what?
God! I hate how you have to explain every single thing.
It's all written up in here. Well, I'm kind of used to it already.
Like you are.
No food or drink other than water for 3 hours. Post-procedure, while anesthesia wears off. Actually, I should listen to the anime.
Whoa, what? Hell,
I should
This
listen to the
cannot
anime
be.
to. I should listen to the anime to copy Phoenix Wright's voice in America, the English dub version, because I know they have an English dub version of his voice, which is actually kind of interesting.
It's great. Actually, what you should look up is the blooper reel, because there's a lot of scenes with Miles Edgeworth fubbing lines and just he starts silently chuckling in the background. It's great.
Oh god, that'd be great if he laughed like that.
No, he doesn't. He just this very friendly, the most mundane laugh. It's actually really sweet.
Great, I would love if he just laughed like a maniacal evil villain. But that seems too logical. I don't know. Quirk.
Hey, Miles Edgeworth is a sweetheart. I love him. He's a cinnamon roll that was abused by his father. That's the only reason why it's a cinnamon roll. Because, just like with cinnamon roll, you have to beat the dough to make it good.
God damn it.
Ah, that was horrible.
Poor Kuda-san. What, boy? What?
Boy.
It's just heard. When he was killed sometime shortly after 2 p.m., the victim couldn't have been eating anything at all. No! Additionally, there's more? There's more! You have assured the court with unwavering self-confidence that the victim was dining alone. But that can't possibly be the case. Because the victim,
Has no friends.
as we now know, had just had one of his teeth extracted and was still experiencing the effects of the anesthetic. Ah! Damn it. Expertly done, partner. Actually, that's a good voice to do.
Objection!
What? What is this nonsense? You were the upstart!
You're going to get me fired! Oh god, did I actually...
My ancestors have been losing cases for thousands of years.
I'm trying to think of what to say right now, so I'm gonna look intently into your eyes. Where are your eyes? I can't see them under those glasses. That's actually a good question.
These are baseless accusations. Just what is photographic evidence?
If you look at the photograph evidence, you notice there's 2 chairs missing as well. There's supposed to be 4 chairs there, around that table, but there's only 2. I find that weird as well. Oh great, this is him still speaking. This is still Mick Squeaker speaking. Squeaky boy!
You can clearly see the full table for the victim's table.
I'm just responding to what you said in, a mask.
Objection!
You shall have.
Oh. Excellent. Very good.
Oh, yeah, this is him. Kazuma. That's the very discrepancy we're talking about. Or can't you follow the logic? You want to keep doing the lines, or should I do them now?
How dare you?
I think it's fair to say that the tables in this restaurant case have turned. 1 second, I have to do it. Look into stream, Jelk. They have turned.
God damn it!
I have memed you!
Son of a bitch.
Wouldn't you agree, Ryunosuke? Ryunosuke. Hmm? Yes, most definitely.
Yes.
But yeah, it's now Mr. Russian Judge time.
Having undergone some dental surgery, our victim was unable to eat.
Oh yeah, you're still behind, aren't you?
One very crucial conundrum. Oh god, now he's doing the woo speech. Who the fuck was eating a pigeon beef steak? The court will hear the opinion of the defense on this new puzzle. So you are ready, counsel. Counsel? Oh, that means me. Alright? Hi, this is the first day on my job. My badge is fake.
Yeah, he was kind of forced into it because he is being accused as a murderer.
Again?
Yeah. His first case has been accused as a murderer. Oh right, the answer to this question is going to be pivotal. This is the start of you turning this trial around. Show them what you're made of. Got it! So, I have no clue what I'm doing here. Must have been. As an yet unknown third party. Obviously, it can only have been someone else who was sitting at the professor's table.
Objection!
You will not where to go, will you? Where is some such person?
Yes!
There was, because I saw her. When the incident occurred, we know that the victim couldn't have been eating anything. Yet, we have evidence of a half-eaten steak on his table. Therefore, the only logical conclusion is that there was somebody else eating it. The ooh. It sounds awful. It sounds so wrong. It sounds like an animal. It's great. We have strong evidence to support these assertions. It's clear that these witness testimonies are unreliable. Thus, your case has fallen apart. If the court decides to push through a ruling at this stage, we will lodge a formal complaint with the Ministry of Justice and pursue a fair retrial relentlessly. Kazuma?
Are you insane?
I am
I
completely...
don't get paid enough as is.
I am completely insane. This is the reason why I have the
You
katana.
take on the government?
He like uses his fan to like start fanning faster and faster.
Don't worry, Counsel. I have no issue with you.
What do you mean?
But yeah, he's probably gonna be fanning faster and faster soon and just gonna take off into the sky. I have issues with them. Those two witnesses in the stand. What? What? What did we do? What are you talking about? You have demonstrated with evidence that the victim was not alone. So, if it now turns out that these two of you are deliberately lied when giving your testimonies...
Perjury. The
Yes.
normal thing that you'll... Yeah, finally! Someone said perjury in a fucking Phoenix Wright game. You know how many people commit that?
I love that this is the one game where they have now said perjury.
I think it's the first game for it, although I'm not sure. I'm not too much big on it.
Charged with perjury. Perjury?
Perjury?
And since this is a since this is a goddamn murder trial, ha ha ha!
It is I, Michael.
Damn, Michael Morbius showed up in the game. It's me, Michael Morbius. Ha ha ha! You'll also be deemed complicit in the killing. Complicit in murder? No! No! I have a kid!
He's a single father. Hold up.
That's-
I would hypnotize you with this spinning wheel like down.
Yeah, it's for his kid.
Okay.
Negative! There was no mention of this at the tactical meeting. Tactical meeting? I was just following orders. That's right, as the man says. Just say you never saw the gentlewoman. That's what they told us. Oh, we're up Schitt's Creek without a paddle now, aren't we? What? What did you just say? Korakuda-san? Oh, no! Look at my face! Don't worry about me! You're just following orders? Now hold on, lad. I was, polishing my vase, yes. Say you never saw the gentlewoman. When you say gentlewoman, do you mean... you saw the victim with the lady from overseas? What?
Objection!
You're being screwed with, Auchi.
What is the meaning of this?
Yep.
These witnesses gave false statements? How am I supposed to do my job? Is it true you care? You have misled me? In my moment of need?
Poor Akuda just hiding behind his vase.
Just one simple slip of the tongue.
Oh God.
Order, Council, explain what is going on here.
You better explain before he pulls out a polar bear and throws it at you two. It's painfully clear now. You tried to prevent these witnesses from telling the truth. Actually, I kind of believe he was told he had no idea.
Not. The prosecution knows nothing of this.
I kind of believe him in this case. Possibly was someone higher up doing this sort of thing, because, hey, something might have been happening at that time. Because during the whole English-Japanese thing, where they're trying to make friendship or something between the two. Then who's behind this? Who tried to make you keep your mouth shut? Was it Sherlock Holmes' ghost? Is he gonna show up and dab on us?
Yeah, I think. Yeah.
Huh? What? Well, that's classified. As my child's trying to rip my mustache off, it's also fake. Don't worry about it. So, you prepare to be tried as conspirators to this murder, are you? You wouldn't! This can't be happening! Son, stop trying to rip my mustache off! It hurts a lot!
That's a stretchy stash. Where's the wind in this courtroom?
He just produces it through the mystical power of anime.
He's just farting a lot.
I have eaten all the soy.
Oh no.
This is soy gas. We're all gonna be gassed out of here soon. Don't worry, Ryunosuke. We're gonna die a slow and painful death. Judging from the way they're reacting to this, I'd say they were sworn to silence by someone with considerable influence.
It's Von Karma.
However,
We'll see if it's I.
Von Carven?
Von Karma.
Oh god, I don't know him.
Oh wait, no, that's not him.
I don't believe Ouchi had any idea about it. What are you saying? I mean, to wield that kind of influence, there are only... Oh, wait. I mean, to wield that kind of influence, there are only a handful of possibilities. It could have been the government, the military, or the police, I suppose. Well, any idea about who might be behind this? If we can affirm who tried to silence these witnesses, then we can continue our pursuit. So, we need to name whoever it was that tried to make the witnesses keep their mouths shut. Of course, we'll need evidence before we can make any firm accusations. Aku! God dang it. My words slipping. Evidence that proves whoever it was really did wield his or her power here, and also I'm kind of sounding like Snake every now and then. Colonel. But how? How can we possibly... Remember how we made progress before? We examined the piece of evidence in more detail and found a new clue as a result. Oh yes, that's right. Well, that's not the only piece of evidence that we have, is it? We need to re-examine everything and make sure there's nothing we've missed. I already know what I want to examine now. Oh wait, that's you. He wants answers.
If it's proven that these witnesses have been manipulated, I assure you the penalty will be severe!
Please, wait, Your Excellency. I had no idea about any of this. I swear to every Shinto god. I knew nothing.
And what does the defense have to say about all this?
Well, Your Excellency, no time to think. I'm just going to have to close my eyes and shout out the first name that comes to my head. Let's look at the court record right now. Oh, what I do?
Seriously?
Well, that's unexpected. What is it? Look, do you see? It says the witness's name here. Saruto Hosonaga. Well, yes, business cards do tend to show the person's name. That's sort of the point. He's supposed to be a waiter, but he's not. His job, oh. Chief Inspector Saruto Hosonaga, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. Inspector, what on earth? I have no idea, but let's face it, the police have a lot of power and influence if they're wielding it somehow here. Hello.
Oh, yeah, sure. Hang on.
Yep. Who do you think it'd be? Boo-doo, boop, ba-doo. Boo-doo, boop, ba-doo.
What we doing now?
Besides the prosecution, the only person with the necessary influence to manipulate the witnesses is this man.
The waiter?
Because he's not a waiter. He is the primary criminal he's primary criminal sort of guy. I forgot what it said. Let's look into it again. He's a police inspector. He's an inspector. He's not a waiter. He's lying about his job.
I think I'm actually losing energy, so I think I'll head out.
Okay, I can do the voice then for you.
No.
Good night. You sleep well. Hopefully you do better, man.
Yeah, oh, I have been.
Also, you can pop into the chat, Velo, if you want. Stream. Hey, views are nice to have. Oh, wait, you are. No, wait. No, you aren't.
Yeah, it's sort of weird. I thought we were doing a game tonight.
What, tonight?
Yeah, I thought Jump was running tonight, but I guess not.
I don't know. Yeah, because we're changing the date of masks now. From what I heard. Hosonaga-sen? The waiter? Oh, wait. How did he do it again? Hosonaga-san? The waiter who took the stand earlier? I can't do that Russian voice. Poppycock! What possible reason would the waiter have to make these witnesses give false testimonies? Not to mention the fact that Even a head waiter could not have possibly have that level of influence. For once, I would agree with you. If that is, the man truly were the waiter. Or waiter. What? If he truly were... Because Jug was doing an ooh voice for the other guy.
Dear.
And I'm like, I have to try and do that voice as well now. Come on, Ryunosuke. Time to hit this court with the truth. Real identity, proven by this evidence, is this. Present the card. I agree it shows a great deal of attention to detail, but I'm not sure we can conclude anything. What are you saying?
I need to bob out real quick.
Okay.
But I might be back later.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sir, Your Excellency. That's the back of the card. It's the back of the card that's of interest. I beg your pardon? Or perhaps I should have said the front of this card. Yes, the front of the back of the card. That's where the telling detail is. Would somebody please explain what this overexcited student is trying to say? So I'm saying, sketch the plan of the restaurant on the reverse side of his business card. The front of that business card reveals the man in question's profession. His true profession. Where's profession? But that's surely... Good gracious! That's right, Your Excellency. The card reads, Chief Inspector, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. What? The waiter is a police detective? I haven't heard any mention of this before. Why haven't I heard any mention of this before? The Imperial Police Bureau has immense power, absolute power as far as regular civilians are concerned. So witnesses there in the stand. Was it in fact the waiter who gave you your orders? Was it he who told you not to mention that you'd seen this foreign gentlewoman at the scene? Well... I can't say anything! Inspector Hosonaga. I was worried something like this may happen. The moment you asked me to submit my sketches as evidence, I realized it was a possibility. Plan and add to the court record as evidence. Oh, well... Is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once. Oh, of course. Here you are. Yes, I remember now. He did act strangely when the judge asked to hand over his business card. Dang, it seems like this stream is not very popular. Sucks. Actually kind of having some fun with this, because it's all these voice acting sort of things I can do. I'm just enjoying the music right now because it's like, it's great. It's great music right now. Organ music, I just enjoy it. But anyway, I strive to carry out all investigations flawlessly. It's my guiding principle. But I let myself be distracted when I made that sketch. It was an unusually careless mistake. So, you mean to say you really are a detective? But why would a detective be working at a restaurant as a restaurant waiter? Ah, of course. Your salary must be terrible. I was working undercover. Undercover? Yes, there have been a series of incidents at that restaurant recently. In order to investigate, I decided to get a job there as a waiter, working undercover. Incidents at the restaurant? What kind of incidents? You can't say. That'd be classified police information, which I am not at liberty to divulge. However, I can state categorically that they are unrelated to this case of homicide. Very well then, Inspector Hosonaga. But you will elaborate on one point for the court. Of course, Your Excellency. You've just heard new information that the two witnesses beside you, that at the time of the shooting there was in fact another person present at the victim's table. If that is indeed true, surely you would also have been aware of this person's presence, having served at the table in question. However, your testimony did not allude to the other diner. Therefore, I am led to assume that in your professional capacity as a police officer, you required these witnesses to be in agreement. Would that be correct? Correct, Your Excellency. Unbelievable. As I suspected. Bang. As soon as I heard the gunshot, I ran out of the kitchen to see what had happened. The victim sat slumped in his chair, and beside him, gun in hand, stood the accused student. Sitting opposite the victim at the same table was a young lady whom I guessed to be an Englishwoman. So the truth comes out. I immediately sealed off the restaurant and reported the incident to the Bureau. It was then I received some special orders. Special orders, you mean to say, remove the Englishwoman from the scene at once. It's made clear that the Englishwoman's presence at the restaurant was to be concealed. Those were my orders. But what if the Englishwoman was the killer? I think it would have been in everyone's best interest to not pursue that idea. The Empire views the friendly terms of its relationship with Britain more highly than anything at the moment. An Englishman has been murdered on our soil. To name an Englishwoman as a primary suspect, well, without an irrefutable evidence, that would be completely out of the question. So that's the reason for the disappearance of the Phantom Woman in this case. But it's not right. And yeah, sorry, I kind of stood on one character's voice at that point. One possibility does spring to mind. What do you mean, Kazuma? Yume University is currently hosting a number of exchange students from Great Britain, and I'm fairly certain that one of them studying in the Medical Facilities Research Laboratory is a young Englishwoman. What? You're a shrewd man. I can see why you're the chosen candidate for the overseas study tour. You mean, when I removed that woman from the scene of the crime, I thought it prudent to check her identity first. Then the court demands that you name the lady in question at once, Inspector. The Englishwoman sitting at the university professor's table was a certain Miss Giselle Brett. She is indeed a foreign exchange student, studying in the research laboratory at Yume University's medical facility. What is happening to me? I'm being screwed and set up to be a freaking idiot. I admit that. Under orders from the police bureau, I erased all evidence of this lady's presence at the scene and ordered these witnesses to make no mention of her in their testimonies. It must now be up to Your Excellency to decide how to deal with this situation. Very well, my thoughts on the matter are as follows. Thus far, the case presented to the court has been underpinned as a particularly critical premise. Namely, that the victim was dining alone. However, as we have now discovered that the premise is false, it would be a desecration of our justice system to ignore the truth and give a ruling at this point. But Your Excellency, that would mean missing the noon deadline of a ruling in order to send telegraphic report to Great Britain. Our own government will surely be very displeased by such actions. Calm yourself, Counsel. I will not allow the government of our country or any other to influence proceedings of my courtroom. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes, sir? You will locate this Jezaliel Brett and escort her to the courtroom with the utmost urgency. At once, Your Excellency. But that means you'll be going against the special orders you were given from the police bureau. As I said before, it is my guiding principle to carry out all investigations flawlessly. So, it won't be a problem. It'll be a problem. I'm already dying anyway. Nothing will get in my way. Nothing will get in my way. I'll go and get her. Court will be adjourned briefly. The prosecution must call the English student Jezaliel Brett to the witness stand. Do I make myself clear? Yes. Your Excellency. Good. Then, we will have a 30-minute recess before reconvening. You're doing that voice every now and then just kind of messes me, it seems like. To be continued. Save your current progress. Yeah, we should. Yes. Okay. Huh. I haven't done that one before. I haven't done any of those other things before, really. Give me a second. Can I continue on this thing with my voice deteriorating slowly, and also my feeling of just this is actually going well, going downhill because people aren't so interested in this right now. It seems like. I was hoping people would be interested in this, because this is actually kind of an interesting game. Then again, it is Saturday. I think people are doing more interesting things on a Saturday than watching me. I'm not the most interesting person here on Twitch. I am just some random schmo. Voice. Excellent work. Excellent work, Ryunosuke. That was superb. My heart was in my mouth the entire time. It was almost unbelievable. I mean, looking at you in there. You were drenched in sweat, your eyes popping, your knees knocking, and you were grinding your teeth. It was a grim sight, but before I knew it, you started finding inconsistencies in the testimonies. I think you might have a natural talent for being a lawyer. You're gonna become a lawyer. Forget it. It's terrifying. If I get through this, I don't ever want to see the inside of a courtroom ever again. You're kind of screwed in this. You're gonna be doing it for the rest of your life now. Anyway, it looks like you've exposed your phantom lady at last. What? Miss Jezaliel Brett, a student from Great Britain. She... That's what I was trying to tell everyone from the start. Let's move this way then. There you go. This wasn't alone. There's a young woman with him. Like I've been saying all along. Yes, you have, haven't you? I might not be overly confident in the courtroom, but my powers of observation are one thing I am sure of. Yes, I can see that. So, what about this young gentlewoman? Thanks to our detective friend, she was hastily escorted away from the scene, it seems. Turning off that light, because warming me up, it seems like. I didn't see any of it. I was just on my way out of the restaurant myself, then on the floor next to Dr. Wilson's table, I noticed there was a gun lying on the floor, and just after I bent down and picked it up, bang! I didn't have time to think about where the sound of the gunshot came from. The waiter ran over to me, looking as white as a sheet. He bundled me into some small pantry next to the kitchen. Fast thinking by the detective, he apprehended his suspect without a moment's delay. Yes, and because it was shut in the pantry, I have no idea what happened outside the dining area. Ah, there you are. Well done, both of you. Ah, there you are. Well done, both of you. Professor Mikutoba. Well, it seems I was right. The pair of you make an outstanding team. You've exceeded my expectations, I have to say. Yes, it seems he planned this from the start. He arranged things so that I wouldn't be able to act as the lawyer in this trial. Our modern country is still in its infancy. Our justice system even more so. Which is why I firmly believe that we need to send our brightest young stars overseas to learn all they can. I wanted to avoid a situation that may have resulted in your study tour to Great Britain being cancelled. Well, it makes no difference. A lawyer or otherwise, if I'm the kind of man who can't help his best friend avert the worst crisis of his life, I shouldn't waste everybody's time by going to study overseas anyway. What? What are you saying, Kazuma? Huh, so that's your stance. I was afraid you'd feel that way. Kazuma? Well then, it looks like it all comes down to you, young man. To me? Yes, you need to prove your innocence and uncover what really took place in that restaurant. I must say, I very much want to know the truth. After all, I have a personal connection to this case. Come to think of it, he said the same thing earlier with this morning, didn't he? If you don't mind me asking, Professor, did you know the victim? Yes, I did. As you're probably aware, Dr. John H. Wilson. Nah, that's not the name I'm thinking of. Was a visiting professor at Yume. And it was I who invited him. Oh, I see. I didn't know that before. Anyway, you're about to go into battle. The victim was a university professor from Great Britain, and a well-known one at that. Brain, think, words, enunciate, space, syllables. Naturally, our government is looking to identify and punish the culprit as quickly as possible. But let's not forget who we're up against. A gentlewoman whose involvement our police bureau went to extraordinary lengths to hide. It's true, yes, and I'm sure the prosecution will be using every tool. At their disposal. Wash your case. But I've no doubt that you pair will put up a good fight right to the last. Now then. I need you to run an errand at the university at once. There's something I think we may need. Of course. Good luck, Kazuma-sama. Defendant Naruhodo. Court recess is over. Please make your way back inside the courtroom at once. It's time. Let's go back to it, partner. Let's go in there and deal a decisive blow. Before those old fossils know what's hit them. Kazuma? Why do you bring a katana everywhere? What? Thank you. Really. The katana makes me feel happy. What for? Well, if you hadn't said you believed me then, I'm fairly sure I'd already been found guilty by now. Look, I have faith in you. As a lawyer, and as a friend, coming from you, that means a lot. Really, that actually does mean a lot, because you're actually a great lawyer. If I'm found guilty at this trial, he's really going to give up on his dream of studying abroad. That's the kind of true friend he is. So this isn't just my battle anymore. Whoever we're up against, we absolutely cannot afford to lose. Alright then. I'll save the thank yous for after the trial. You can treat me to one of those sukiyaki meals I like from Yume Cafeteria on University Street. With an extra portion, of course! Ha ha ha! You're going to be running low on money again. The court hereby resumes the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Prosecutor Auchi,
Have you managed to subpoena the witness? Yes, Your Excellency, against all odds. And thanks to a certain young stripling, the prosecution is now under rather painful scrutiny from the government. Sorry. The government scrutinize. That's their job. It's nothing to worry about. It's highly unlikely that the good relations we forged with Great Britain will emerge from this trial unscathed. Will you still think it's nothing to worry about when the new treaty breaks down and our nation flounders? Again, terribly sorry, but you're trying to accuse me of murder. Friendship between our nations is really so fragile, then the treaty isn't worth the paper it's written on. You really have nothing to worry about, Ryunosuke. Ryunosuke. What do you mean? Secret trial, anxiety over some foreign government's opinion, a bungled investigation, missing witnesses. Is this what our nation's justice system is? Is this the Supreme Court of Japan or of England? Shut up! Shut up, you jumped up rookie boy! You and your friend knew nothing. Nothing of the situation our nation finds itself in. By aligning ourselves with a great world power, we'll become strong. Diplomacy has never been more crucial. Steady political maneuvering is what will secure our futures. I won't deny that I'm no expert. I'm just a student, and one who could arguably study harder too. But standing here now in our Supreme Court, there is one thing that I feel very strongly about. A country that fails to uphold the truth of its justice system is a country with no future at all. What? What? Kinda got them both right there. Well said, Ryunosuke. Ryunosuke. Despite the wide-eyed look of terror. You little brats! Thank you, Council. This court is the pinnacle of our nation's justice system, and exists solely for the pursuance of truth. And with that in mind, this trial will now resume, with the next witness taking the stand. The visiting student from Great Britain, Mr. Zalile Brett. Yes! Your Excellency! My god, everybody's having an issue with dates on this, on our next time for tabletop. What a delight it is to welcome such a fine gentlewoman to Japan and from such distant land. Welcome! Tea. Someone bring English tea. The English in England. No discussion take place without tea. Is that true? No idea. May it possibly trouble you to state your name and occupation for the court? Of course. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. I have been working undercover as the head waiter at Le Carnival. Yes, we know all about you already. Inspector Hosonaga, where are your manners? In England, it's always ladies first. That's true. No idea. More importantly, a little earlier today you said something to me. You said your powers of observation are the one thing you're sure of. Oh yes, I think I said I did, didn't I? Yet, your deduction of this amazing sight was simply a woman. Sorry, Ryunosuke, but powers of observation aside,
Your powers of description are surely lacking. Guilty. So, dear lady, once again, if we may trouble you for your name and occupation, please. She's speaking in English! We can't understand a dang word she's saying! What? What? I'm terribly sorry, dear lady, but... What? Speak in Japanese! God dang, I can't really read that very well. The lady says her name is Jezaliel Blarat. She comes from London, England. She's a visiting research student currently enrolled in Yume University's medical facility. Oh my, what a rare treat to hear the tones of the delightful language of the British people. I'm afraid I don't understand a word you said, but it was as beautiful as a hummingbird song. As far as I can tell. The detective is translating her words faithfully enough. Yes, I agree. You're obviously do fine in England, Kazuma. Your English doesn't rattle you at all, does it? Nor you. You've clearly been paying attention in your English class, Ryunosuke. The courtroom thanks the beautiful lady for taking the stand. Now, if we may trouble you to confirm something, Miss Brett. 3 days ago, at a restaurant called Le Carnival, a grim murder took place. The court has been led to believe that you were dining with the victim, Dr. Wilson, at the time. Is that correct? She says yes. This could take some time. So even she's studying here in Japan, she can't speak any Japanese. She'd like to apologize for disappearing from the scene. She says that she was due to make a presentation at the university, so she had to leave immediately. Interesting. When you're the one who engineered her escape. I was just following special orders from the Bureau. Well now, dear lady, would you be so kind to cast your eyes over this photographic print? Seeing as you were so unfortunately present at the scene of the crime, could you at least, could it be that your repulsant eyes caught sight of the wicked perpetrator, perhaps? It was a very frightening and sorrowful sight. You mean to say, yes, it would appear the lady did witness the crime. The moment when the accused, standing right there in this courtroom, shot the victim in cold blood. She's blaming me because, well, she's the one who killed him. Did you hear that, Your Excellency? Here we have an absolutely conclusive witness statement. Again! Well, it looks like it's clear now. Clear who our real enemy is. Unfortunately, I will have to ask to formally testify, if you please. Kindly tell the court the exact nature of this frightening and sorrowful sight you described. Professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beef steak. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor, and they got into a fierce argument. Then, not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit. This is condemning testimony. No. I didn't have any kind of argument with the professor at all. Quiet, you filthy wretch! Look at you, you black-hearted blackguard. And look at this snow-white angel. I'm sure even a dark-minded scoundrel like you can imagine whose words the court is going to believe. You're still making the same mistakes, Ryunosuke. You mustn't blurt out when you're goaded like that. That's the lesson you need to learn. He's so annoying. Of course, I was at the scene as well. I took statements from this lady and 2 witnesses who testified before and reported back to the Bureau. Described that Miss Brett was not involved, so I let her go. We're completely worthless. However, well, even so, on the day in question, the lady was wearing the same outfit as she is today. There's nowhere her person could have concealed a firearm. I had a gun almost anywhere in that outfit if she wanted to. Unless and until the precise location where the witness is to have hidden a weapon can be shown, this is moot. There's no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. Those are the witness's own words on the matter. Only I was allowed to lift up her dress to prove it. Don't think about doing anything rash, Ryunosuke. But I didn't fire the gun I picked up. There must have been another gun that day. You're right about that, which means this lady was hiding guns somewhere. Yes, that's what we have to prove now. And to do so, we will need to pull her testimony apart. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. Oh yes, Your Excellency. Perfect time to press her for information. Was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself a beef steak.
Yes!
Let's press him for this. Don't angry with me. No, I wasn't directing the retorted shoot. It was meant to lay next to you. But anyway, as I said, I did not argue with the professor. I'm afraid your words are in vain. Sorry. Speak Japanese. No, of course not. Japanese is such a cumbersome language anyway. Then how did she know I was arguing with them? While that beautiful woman is telling blatant lies with a complete straight face, I have to find something that will unravel her testimony, no matter how seemingly insignificant it may be. She can't speak English. She can't speak Japanese. It seems that after the argument, the accused briefly returned to his own seat. That part ties in with what you said, doesn't it? I still had some coffee to drink. At the next time you got up after that was when I finished my coffee and stood up to leave. He just took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. There's something wrong.
Still, her statement is very compelling. After all, she's an elegant, refined, young, and beautiful gentlewoman from Great Britain. In stark contrast to you, dressed from head to toe in a dull black uniform. I'm dressed exactly the same way as you are, except for the flapping red ribbons. This is the only chance to expose her testimony as the fiction that it is. You can't do that. The trial's over. You, with your thick skin, must be able to feel the murderous looks you're getting from around the room. Only too well, I feel half dead already. Press her on any of her statements that seem slightly off to you. Do that, and an opening will present itself. I promise you. This is a good question. Why was she arranging this thing?
Yes!
2 p.m. in fact. It's really quite a late lunch, isn't it?
Objection!
No. A decisive English no has quite a sting to it. The gentlewoman is currently working in the victim's research laboratory, it seems. So it was apparently a daily occurrence that they would lunch together. But on the day in question, the victim had another appointment at the clinic first. Yes, which we can prove from the medical report card that was submitted as evidence earlier. That's right. Miss Brett and the victim went to lunch following the victim's treatment, which is why it was so late. That makes perfect sense. Such wonderful logic. What a shining example of English intelligence this fine gentlewoman is. So you both arrived at the restaurant. What happened next?
Yes!
Like I said, there's no point repeating the assertion over and over. Well, I was expecting to be attacked by my own side. Let's defend it. You can't deny that when the shot rang out in the restaurant, you had a gun in your hand. Well, yes, that's true, but all I did was pick up the gun I saw on the floor next to the professor as I was leaving the restaurant. In fact, yes, there was someone much closer to the victim than me at the time. The highly suspicious lady. That will do, you dirty, rotten scoundrel! Dirty. Your baseless accusation could very well cause an international incident, boy. It seems to me that your accusation is just as baseless as ours. What nonsense! The lady is merely stating what she saw. This is already an international incident as far as I'm concerned anyway. I carry a gun myself, so I obviously couldn't have been the culprit. So she maintained that you got into an argument with the professor at the end of which you shot him. Which is an out-and-out, totally unfounded lie. Still, her statement is very compelling. Gosh, blah 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 blah. So you just have to keep pressing her. So just press her for every single thing, okay.
Yes!
This is actually a good question. Why did she order a steak?
Was Brett aware of that fact? It seems so, yes. She'd heard from that from the professor was to have some dental treatment. So that would mean... Why was the food that way? I was right, Miss Brett. That's right, yes. The print you have there shows the table exactly as it was left after the horrific scene. Vince, exactly as it was left. Dear me, what a harrowing experience. To have traveled to a distant land on the far side of the world, be embroiled in such a tragic incident. This is actually a good question. Why is the stake on the other side then? Because the body's on that side. So the victim, Dr. Wilson, had nothing to eat or drink at all. That's right, other than some carbonated water. Just water. Yes, the professor was unable to eat. Then why is the stake right here then? Definitely, it's supposed to show a relative position of everything the moment following the incident. But there's nothing to show the woman you say you saw there. Exactly. And that's not all. Look there in the upper left, where it says kitchen. Oh yes. What of it? No one would use those complicated characters to write kitchen, especially not if they were in a hurry. You mean you don't remember those characters yourself, don't you? Study harder, Ryunosuke. There's only one thing in carbonated water. Well, well. How fascinating. Do tell us, what is this profound bearing, Statement will become apparent when the time is right. The defense calls for the witness' last statement to be formally added to the testimony. Well sidestepped, counsel. Very well. Miss Brett, can I repeat what you said to be added to the official testimony? Gladly, she said. It's brilliant, Kazuma. I'm going to remember that one. Which one? The significance will become apparent when the time is right. I could really use that phrase. I'd hope there are some more useful tips you're picking up from this experience than that, Ryunosuke. Is he okay?
Yes!
There's only one glass of water. That's it. Let me just confirm something, please. It's to do with the photographic print. There's only one glass. Just a short while ago, you spoke of this print showing the victim's table at the crime scene. That is, it was exactly as it was left. That is correct, the lady says. There's only one glass.
Well, that is. It's odd. Very odd. Dear me, what's odd is the defense's inability to express itself. Ryunosuke, what is it about the print that looks odd to you? Well, obviously, it's the cheers. The cheers? Miss Brett just told us that she and the professor said cheers over a glass of water. But if that's true, where's the second glass? You're quite right, Counsel. There's only one glass pictured here. Are we supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking over... Nate? What possible difference does the presence or absence of a glass make on this case? It makes everything right now, you say. Could it be that the detective here removed a glass from the table to conceal the lady's presence? Of course not. I would never do something so reckless. There should have been 2 glasses on the table. Or are you going to try and tell me you can clink with only 1? You're quite right. I certainly took 2 glasses to the table. Inspector, what did the lady say? It seemed that it was Miss Brett who took the glass from the table. What? It was all so terrifying. Everything that happened. I panicked and thought I should try and hide the fact that I'd been there at all, she said. Good gracious. Where could you hide a glass then? There, as I assured the court before, this is of no consequence at all. Oh, please. We must remember that the student had just murdered the lady's lunchroom companion before her very eyes. No could blame her for concealing a glass or 2 in her state of disarray. That's absurd. Oh, really? So, do we take it that you are now going to accuse this vulnerable, young, and beautiful woman of mischief? What? This can't be put down to mischief. I'd like to know exactly how the lady took the glass from the scene. Where did she put it? It would seem that she slipped it into a small handbag she was carrying. Wait a second! The beefy lady was very graciously explained how and why she removed the glass from the scene now. However, the fact remains that this glass has absolutely no bearing on the case. It does now. It very much does. This student has been trying to confuse the court with logical reasoning, but in the end it comes to nothing. No more pretentious accusations. You have wasted enough time already. Indeed, the lady has offered a satisfactory explanation as to why she removed this glass. I think henceforth we can consider the matter to have no bearing on the case. Counsel for defense, are you in agreement? Well, I don't know really. Now pursue this matter further. You're going to need to show that some deeper significance. Yes, you're right. As she said, handbag! Wait, the lady put the glass in her handbag, you say? Yes, do try to keep up. It's already been explained to the court that all English gentlewomen carry handbags and small items. Let me see. A little while ago, Miss Brett stated the following. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. But what she forgot to mention was her handbag, in which it could be perfectly possible to conceal a gun. You're right! Well done, partner. I had a feeling you'd pick up on that too. You're going... What are you insinuating, you vile blackguard? It's really very simple. You are a fool. The gunshot was heard when the defendant picked up the gun from the restaurant floor. As he didn't fire the gun,
we can deduce there must have been another firearm at the scene. The true murder weapon, if you will. You can't seriously be suggesting... Inspector Hosonaga? Yes. Did you or did you not search Miss Jezreel's Brett's handbag on the day of the murder? I did not. As I thought. In other words, another gun, the one that was actually used to kill the professor, could have been hidden in Miss Brett's handbag. No! Yeah, we're kind of throwing so much stuff to really just break their case apart. What is the meaning of this, Inspector? Are you failing us again? Are you being a failure? You didn't do the basic thing of being an inspector, inspecting things! The meaning of what, Prosecutor Ouchi? Why on earth did you not have the lady open her handbag and show you the contents at the time? Thanks to your bungling incompetence, now she has to endure these uncomfortable accusations. Great work, partner. Now we have a chance to expose the real woman behind the mask. Do you think so, Kazuma? Do you think so, Kazuma? Well, what is a sorry situation? Clearly you have no faith in the police. What? I said, I did not search the lady's handbag after the shooting. Simply because... it's unnecessary. Unnecessary in what way? I think the student lawyer, really. I have a piece of evidence here that I had completely forgotten about. This photographic print. These are the photograph that I took that would be prudent to take immediately after the shooting. As you can see, it clearly shows Miss Brett's handbag. Well, I never. You can see right through what's inside. That's right. Apparently, meshwork handbags like these are the height of fashion in London at the moment. So, the contents are clearly visible. Exactly, so there was no need to search the lady's handbag. It would have been immediately obvious. As you can see, there's nothing to imply Miss Brett's guilt here. With that Naruto-san. Can't really say his name properly. But there's something actually kind of interesting about that. The bag's a little off. Certainly, Your Excellency. That handbag's actually important. I am satisfied that there's no longer any room for doubt in the matter, that I must make my ruling. Indeed, and there is only one logical conclusion, that the pathetic rookie slumped over the bench before us is the only possible perpetrator of the crime. No. When I thought I was beginning to turn things around. I'm in a worse situation than I was at the start. Kazuma? Sorry, Ryunosuke. Now that the cross-examination of the witness is over, there's no way to force the trial to continue. What? You mean this is it? I must say, you put up quite a fight for a rookie student. But the weak are meat, while the strong eat. You are wasting your time. There is no way to defeat true justice. You fool! You have no clue what you're dealing with right now. This can't be happening. We're really going to be found guilty of a crime that I didn't commit? Am I going to be joining the A-team? And Kazuma, his dream of going to study in Great Britain will slip through his fingers. Kazuma, what? Is there really Is there really no chance now of turning this trial around? You heard the judge. There's nothing about the last photograph the detective produced that we can contest, which means there's no basis we can argue for the trial to continue. Very well, I will now proceed immediately to the ruling. Actually, now I'm curious about the photograph. That's actually an interesting birthmark. Or the British government, after all, this smug little Naruhodo. Having considered of all the evidence placed before me, I hereby find you... There's actually something here. Wait, Your Excellency. I don't think you can rule on this case yet. Tedious. When His Excellency deems that the trial is over, he gives his ruling. That is the most basic protocol of the courtroom. Your Excellency, just a moment ago you said this. As the photographic print just submitted appears to have no further significance, there's no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Now, that means that if there was a problem with the evidence in significant detail, I mean, then ruling on this case this time would be out of the question. All it shows is the handbag the gentlewoman was carrying on the day in question. No problem with this evidence. There actually is. Doing Ryunosuke. Ryunosuke. Understand your objection, counsel. Certainly. The new evidence submitted by the detective has not undergone the court scrutiny. However, I fail to see any news information can be... my thoughts exactly. Really, the prosecution is becoming tired of this rookie's desperate wheezes. I'm desperate, but this isn't a wheeze. There's something about this photograph which doesn't seem right. If only I could put a finger on it. Very well, I will grant the defense one final opportunity. What? Be warned, if I'm unsatisfied by your response here, the trial will be over with immediate effect. Do make yourself clear. Yes, Your Excellency. So, take no look at the photographic print Inspector Hosonaga submitted before. Actually, well, it's not even going to show me anything for here. Huh. Seriously, what actually could be here in this case? Because now I'm actually thinking about this now, because it's like, how many tries do I get? I get about like five guesses, right? 5 guesses on this sort of thing. Also, I've been doing a... Oh, also, I did something very interesting a while ago. Pistachios. Weighed them to figure out if it's cheaper to buy them shelled or unshelled and everything. But yeah, I'm doing this. It's like I'm now thinking really closely on this thing because it's very odd. It's like everything has a detail here.
Yes!
Like this part kind of messes with me. Like a burn of some description.
Objection!
Actually, a good question. There's a burn mark, you're right. Go on, Inspector. The police coroner also noticed it when he was performing his post-mortem examination. It was deemed unrelated to the case of death, so he didn't note it in his report. What did I tell you? In any case, we have no idea when the victim suffered the burn, do we? And no possible way of knowing either. Nor find myself intrigued by the curious shape of the mark. However, the prosecutor Ayuchi points out unless a firm connection case can be shown, I cannot allow any further time to be spent on the precise details of this burn. Excuse me, Your Excellency. It would seem that Miss Brett has a lunch appointment with the dean and other university staff. Should like to know if she may be excused from the stand now. Of course, dear lady. We shan't hold you up any longer. I'm quite sure His Excellency is about to give his final ruling anyway. What's your thinking on this, Ryunosuke? Do you believe that the burn has anything to do with something with the case? To be honest, I'm not really sure yet. But if I don't keep pushing, then it'll all be over. So thinking I should keep digging and digging in the hope that I might uncover something useful. Yes, you're right. I am? If we can't just link the burn to the case, if we can't do that, we might be able to prise the shutting door back open again. Just give up, Counselor. You can't possibly hope to do that. Yeah, we can. I would, yes. Tell the truth, I hadn't noticed that burn mark, but as soon as you pointed out, what I did notice was that the color draining from Miss Brett's face, really. I had to find some link between the burn and the case. This is the moment of truth. It proves what the burn really means. So then, the defense will now present its evidence to the court that demonstrates the inextricable connection to this and that. Okay. That's not it. There's no, must be a burn mark of that sort of shape and color. It's a mark of a bowl. Wait a second. I see it. The bull is right there.
Yes!
What's this, Council? Yet another print? Yes, Your Excellency. I believe photographic prints are an amazing invention. When we humans look at a scene, we miss things. And I've noticed something, but in a photograph, things we may have overlooked at the time are recorded forevermore. Do hurry up, Rookie. What are you trying to say? The beef mark. Actually, we may need you to stay with us a little longer if you don't mind, Miss Brett. You see, there's very clearly visible in this other photograph. How did the victim come to have that unusually shaped burn on his wrist? The reason is recorded here forevermore. What? How?
Objection!
You can't fool me with your little bluffs, boy. If that's your game, then let's see how it plays out. Show the court exactly what you mean. Explains the reason for the victim's burn. It's right here. Clear as day.
Yes!
The beefsteak... Actually, the point is the metal plate the steak is served on. The plate. Your Excellency, are you alright? As you can see, there's an emblem on the plate. I would guess some sort of trademark of Le Carnaval. The emblem on the plate. The burn mark on the arm. How could he have gotten that without touching that plate? Nosuke, you genius. You're spot on. Which means the victim must have suffered this burn while he was present at the restaurant.
Objection!
But even if that is the case, we can't know if it happened on the day in question or not. It could have been the day before or the day before that. It most certainly likely happened at some other time, unrelated time. Well, actually, it would have to happen right then. Sadly, Prosecutor Uchi, the chances of that are extremely slim. Thanks. Why? The outline of the burn is clearly discernible. Such a serious injury would have caused quite a commotion in the restaurant. Wouldn't you agree, Inspector Hosonaga? Can't imagine having missed such a terrible disaster, certainly. But... I would say, looking at the picture of the wound, that it wasn't suffered very long ago, and although it's not a particularly large burn, it's extremely well defined, as the defense just pointed out. It was no mild burn, that's for sure. That's freaking branding. Be more specific, Inspector. Well, let's see. If the plate was at around 90 degrees centigrade, a burn like that would have taken around 3 seconds. No man would leave their hand on that sort of thing for 3 seconds. You'd be... Yeah, exactly. It's inconceivable that the victim wouldn't have let out a scream of pain then. I've been investigating at the restaurant for several weeks already, but I've not heard anyone scream at all. As the head waiter of La Carnaval, I can testify to that without hesitation. But you're a detective, not a waiter! I take my job very seriously. There you have it, something isn't right here. As the detective said, anyone who burned themselves on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds would scream in pain. There's no question of that. And yet, Inspector Hosonaga never heard the professor scream, not on that day or any before it.
That's right. And the strange thing is, on the day he was shot, I didn't hear him cry out either. What are you suggesting? Well, if the professor had carelessly laid his wrists on the plate for anything like 3 seconds that day, that'd be beyond careless, I think, Counsel. Then the rest of us in this restaurant, myself, the sergeant, and the antiques dealer, all of us, without any question, have heard him scream. Wouldn't you agree, Prosecutor Iuchi? Well, yes, I suppose. So the question is, why didn't a single person hear Dr. Wilson scream? I almost don't believe it, Ryunosuke. Do you think... Can it really be true? I never dreamt we'd arrive at a conclusion like this, but I'm starting to think that maybe we've been led into a terrible trap. There's only one explanation I can think of to make sense of this apparent impossibility. On the day in question, when he suffered the burn to his wrist, Dr. Wilson was already deceased. No man could remain silent while his wrist was burning on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds. That's clearly impossible, apart from one particular situation. Counsel, are you suggesting... Yes, it's only possible that the man was already dead. Already dead? Knowing what we know now, it's the only possible explanation. When the beefsteak was brought to Dr. Wilson's table that day, the professor was already dead. That's kind of insane! But it makes the most sense. When everything is thrown out, the most insane possibilities are the correct possibilities in this case. The victim was killed by a gunshot. That's right. It's absolutely right, Your Excellency. This is just another ridiculous ploy by the rookie student. But clearly, he has no grasp of the facts. No, Prosecutor Iuchi. It's you who has no grasp of the facts. I beg your pardon. As soon as it became apparent that the victim had suffered that burn while at the restaurant, this whole case was turned upside down, or have you not grasped that yet? Your Excellency, the court must hear from this witness again. If it's true, we now believe that the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard. It's highly likely that Miss Brett knows something about it. Incredible. I certainly didn't anticipate this twist of events. I'm sorry to say, Miss Brett, that you will have to forget your luncheon engagement. But Your Excellency, the justice system in our country may be in its infancy, but rest assured, all reasonable doubts must be dispelled before I am prepared to pass judgment. Thank you, Your Excellency. What does it smile? Yes, of course. I mean, I'd be delighted to help, especially if it helps relations between my country and yours. Miss Brett, you speak Japanese. She'd speak Japanese this entire time and she's been a pain in the butt. Well, of course I do. I am studying in your country after all. I'm just being a pain in the butt. My mother tongue, the Queen's English, is the most refined and elegant language in the world. As a gentlewoman, I try to avoid speaking your vulgar tones as much as possible. God, she's a jerk. She's uppity. I don't like you. We all don't like you now. But it seems the men in this land possess none of the chivalrous virtues of English gentlemen. So I can see that I shall have to lower myself to communicating with you all on your own level. Oh, well. You are the epitome of a true English gentlewoman. We are truly honored by this lavish consideration you so graciously afford us. I see. I'm not really liking you. You're kind of... pain. In that case, Miss Brett, I will now ask you to testify in your own words about the events leading up to the death of the victim, Dr. Wilson. So we're finally going to hear your own words on this matter. Things are getting interesting, Ryunosuke. Okay. We're still waiting for a piece from one guy. Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burnt his wrist like that. The lawyer brought my stick, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no possible cause of death besides the gunshot. Pretty true. If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me. But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway. Oh, we have a forensic scientist here. But he's gonna be here soon. That most certainly captivating, beautiful testimony will go down in the Supreme Court's history, thank you. Easy does it. Be calm about that. I hope that is the last time I'll have to sully my lips with this coarse tones of your unbecoming tongue. Oh. Forgive me. I do hope I haven't insulted anyone. And it seems very clear that your testimony that this boorish talk of the victim's burn is utterly irrelevant. I'll be speaking to your country's Minister of Justice about what has happened here today. The Minister of Justice. May that irritating little bully of a student be given the harshest punishment possible. We're going to freaking roast you over the coals right now with my testimony. Well, with my cross-examination. Well, you'll have to forgive the irritation, Miss Brett. And put up with a cross-examination now. What? I expect you've noticed that this little bully of a student, as you put it, doesn't miss much. It's like, oh crap. Wait a second, I shouldn't have been a jerk. Final cross-examination is trial. If you fail to demonstrate any problems with this witness testimony, I'll be ruling on the case immediately. Is that clear? We're kind of trying to kill time in this case to get one thing going. In some case. Yes, Your Excellency. Then you may proceed with the cross-examination. I actually like these games. I might play more of them. I actually do enjoy the dialogue and everything else, and I'm probably going to enjoy the other parts of it as well. Actually, let's go and check the post-mortem a bit more. Examine. This is his medical report card from a thing. You may not come in, they say. Of course, you can get a new pin made if you can just tell them your number. I've actually lost mine twice already, but I don't know my student number by heart. I say to myself, I must forget to write it down somewhere, but then I forget not to forget that. That symbol of Yume University. Every student wears this pin with pride. It's funny, but most emblems seem to be either round or rectangular. I like the spike design, even though it doesn't really make any sense. Although it does cause problems. Lots of students end up cutting their fingers on their badges. So it was the idea of one of the founders, a sharp pen for the sharp mind or something. Which is actually kind of important right now, in this case. There's a lot there, but we have to press with her. Really way too well. She's quite formidable. Dr. Wilson Byrne does tell us something, I'm sure. I'm gonna press her on everything she said and try to make her blurt something out. What is it, Cosmo? What are you thinking? Oh, don't worry, it's nothing.
Yes!
Let's press her on this. Is that right? He's only permitted to drink water at the time, if you remember. Which explains why he had ordered that drink. Correct, waiter? Exactly as you say, sir. Although, whether or not the professor actually drank any of the water when I delivered the steak to the table, I'm afraid I don't remember that. You? Ah, I have enough English to understand that, at least for the benefit of others in the court, it means bless you. I think it means the exact opposite. Anyway. As far as I heard, the post-mortem report showed no possible cause of death besides the gunshot. There's some other way a man's life can be taken without... Please do show me.
Yes!
Without leaving a trace. If someone is shot, or strangled, or stabbed, or thrown from the height, however a person's life is taken, there are always telltale traces on the body. Quite right, dear lady, and as our police force has thoroughly examined the body of the deceased, there can be no doubt. Isn't that right, Inspector Hosonaga? As I've said, I always aim for a flawless investigation. There would be physical traces without all those caught. That's true. But maybe there's some other way of killing someone that doesn't leave a mark. If heaven forbid you doubt me, young man, you're going to have to tell everyone exactly how you think the professor did lose his life. Otherwise, I'm afraid your argument falls rather flat, doesn't it? It's evidence.
Yes!
What do you mean by that? In the lands of the Great British Empire, the police store everything found in a crime scene for later examination, but in this country, you investigate once, and that's the end of it. Isn't that so? Quite right. La Carnival is open for business as usual today, just days after the incident. Exactly, which means that even if the investigation takes different direction, well, evidence may be lost. Doesn't even occur to your native detectives to try to preserve the crime scene. I'm trying to be as tactful about this as I can, you understand? Amazing, she's actually admitting our police may be flawed. But as Prosecutor Archie is finally starting to see sense. Very much doubt that. Still, there's something about what Miss Brett just said. There was a moment when something didn't seem quite right. What do you think, Ryunosuke? I think it's going terribly. No matter how much I press her, I'm not turning up any information. Yes, as I suspected. She's a tough witness. We need to find a way to break her testimony, or the cross-examination will be over. Kazuma? What, Ryunosuke? There's one thing I noticed, something bothering me. Bothering you, you mean? About Miss Brett. Actually, no. About the person standing next to her, Inspector Hosonaga. The detective. Yes, he seemed to react a little strangely to Miss Brett's last testimony. I was wondering if it might be significant to might hint an opening, maybe. Alright, I have an idea. Try pressing her on that last statement one more time, if you think so, but this time instead of targeting the woman herself. Let's see what we can get out of the detective. Alright then. I wonder what Cosmo's thinking.
Yes!
Wait.
There it is again. The detective's reaction is just the same as before. Why? But until now, the detective has been up in the stand with Miss Brett as her interpreter. But things are very different now. For this testimony, the detective is just listening to what the Englishwoman has to say. Opportunity. What do you mean? They're actually testifying. They usually very carefully not let anything slip. However, when they're listening to someone else speak, you'll find they often let their guard down. You're right, look at him. He's lost in his own thoughts. It's time to pursue the man and his train of thought. Sorry, pursue. I'll explain how to do it now, Ryunosuke. It's all to do with the witness marker. Witness marker? What marker? I can't see anything. Catch the person at the right time, you might uncover some new information to pursue. Notice the strange atmosphere among the people in the stand. Take a good look around. I actually really love this sort of game style. It's actually quite nice. I wonder how the other ones are going to be then.
Wait.
Excuse me.
There we go. Didn't let me hit A or D. What's the meaning of this? Pursue. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to shock you. It's lost in his thoughts deeply. Looked like you were thinking something just now, Inspector. Having heard what the lady next to you had to say, there's something you'd like to say, please. Share it with the court. What is the meaning of this? This is a delightful English woman who's testifying at the moment. We want his testimony as well. If you can't fault with her testimony, then the cross-examination should be over immediately. Oh, is that how it works? No, it isn't. Absolutely not. Hmm? detective is in the stand, which makes him a valid witness. Yes, not to mention that the fact he's intimately involved in this case. Inspector Hosonaga? Yes. Do you have something to add in relation to the statement just made by Miss Brett? Well, yes. If you don't mind, I'd like to speak. We have been cataloging everything now. The lady is right, our country's police practices are not as modern as those in Great Britain, which is why I, Saratori Hosonaga, always try to make every investigation involved in flawless. What do you really mean by that? I'll tell you what I mean. I won't have evidence lacking on my watch. I'm not afraid to take everything I can from the scene of the crime. It's preserving evidence, you see. I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief. I'm not ashamed of what I've done. Crime scene thief? Well, it looks like the lady's remarks touch a nerve there. Take this for example. Is that... This is a bottle of carbonated water that took to the victim's table on the day in question. And yes, it's lost all its fizz, having been opened 3 days ago now. But it was carbonated water. I don't care what anyone says. Because there's some left in the bottle, I can see it. One day our police force will be among the best in the world. The time is coming, and guarantee it. Actually, I do take things from various other countries and how they do a crime scene from, right? On investigations now. I don't remember, I haven't studied much on that sort of stuff lately. I can't say I condone the witness's actions, but I do understand the sentiment. The court will accept the glass of water as evidence. The carbonated water bottle has been entered into the court record. Miss Brett? Can you confirm this is indeed the bottle which you drank on the day of the victim's death? Yes, it was the bottle. What's that about? She seemed to avert her eyes when she answered the judge's question. Very well, counsel. You may resume the cross-examination. Inspector will kindly control his fervor. I think it's French. It must be very expensive water. Yes, but what does it say? That's what I'm asking. Then go to France and ask. You could just say that you don't know. This carbonated water is the last drink Dr. Wilson ever had. It looks like there's a little left in the bottle, although it's just plain water now. You know, I've been sweating so much. I'm absolutely parched. I'll just have a sip to keep me going. No, Ryunosuke, you can't do that. For one thing, that's evidence. You can't go drinking evidence. Oh no, you're right. We don't know what might be inside, do we? You never cease to amaze me, Ryunosuke. In more ways than one. I wonder, could there be anything in the water? What's the matter? You've gone quiet all of a sudden. I think I might have just worked out something, an interesting possibility. Because the water might be poisoned.
Yes!
What is this? The bottle of water. Actually, there is one method of killing men without leaving a trace that comes to mind. Poison, which is actually very common for women to do. In actuality, from study people made,
poisoning is actually a very common method for killing a person that... Very common for women to use as a method to murder someone, from what I've learned. And from what I've actually seen a lot of things from, various things. I forgot what the most common car for various other things is as well, for people to steal and commit acts of to do crimes with. I forgot what car that was, and it's hilarious what it is. It's such a well, it's actually such a common car. Well, not really common. It's more like common among thieves and criminals and things like that, which is weird. And also for stealing. I'm referring to poison. Poison? On the day of his death, we know that Dr. Wilson drank from this bottle of carbonated water. Could it be that there was poison inside? Either the professor actually died after taking a sip from this glass. And also, it makes sense because, number one, she's doing chemistry from her right? She's doing some sort of things like that. She can make something that just goes bang. Have a bang sound from it, which isn't too uncommon to do. Number one. Number two, quite easy to slip that in because she has access to chemicals. Number three, yes, she seems sort of the person who wouldn't go and just pull out a gun and go bang and then slide the gun someplace else or throw the gun someplace else. No, she seems like the person who would plant a gun someplace, make everybody think a gunshot happened, or she had to shoot the person to make the mark. That's right. She did shoot him after he was dead. Mostly to throw everybody off the case in that case. Or someone had to shoot him. Someone had to make that mark in the chest. And on that day, who was sitting at the same table as the professor and able to slip the poison into his drink? There's only one person who could possibly have done it. This is all Brett, it was you.
Objection!
This is outrageous to suggest that such a thing without a scrap of evidence. You little rookie imbecile. Have you ever considered the delicate situation our country finds itself in now? Have you forgotten that we have just signed an accord of friendship with the British Empire? Have you even the vaguest inkling that your rash accusation could jeopardize this entire treaty? Actually, if we fail at this, it actually causes a lot of problems. This is a trial to determine one's individual guilt with respect to one crime. Because if we can't really solve a crime in our own country and blame our own people, hiding is not a great thing, really. Especially if it's a crime between two of the same people. Because we can't really accuse of their own people of doing something heinous and horrible. Not really great standing at that point of saying, hey, we can be trusted with this sort of thing. What? The fact that the woman is British makes no difference. We're here to determine the truth. If I may, I will silence you forever. Ah, she's told him to shut up good. It is you who should be silent. Of course, dear lady. Where did that come from? She just snapped. Yeah, you just cause that sort of thing now. I'm afraid I may have spoken unfairly before. I offer my most humble apologies. Sorry, my lady, to what are you referring? I describe your police force as inferior, but no matter how inferior they may be, you still investigated this particular point thoroughly, I believe. The bottle, I mean, Inspector. And whether it contained poison or not. Of course. You did. You forgot what my guiding principle is already. I strive for flawless investigation every time. I don't believe it. Naturally, we tested the inside of the bottle and its contents. And what did you find, Inspector? I ordered tests for every toxin that's available in the country at the present time. You could find no trace of poison of any description in the bottle of carbonated water, Your Excellency. Are you sure the tests were meticulously carried out by the chief coroner himself? No! Very grateful to all you Japanese. You've successfully established my complete innocence in this horrid affair. Thank you. But of course, dear lady, the pleasure was all ours. Actually, you're still missing a few things here. No, actually it isn't. That's one part of it. Furthermore, the accused, who by his own admission was holding this weapon, is the only possible culprit. I'm done for. How many bullets are in it? I'm just glad the matter is resolved. Let's ask counsel for the defense. Do you have any further new evidence to present the court at this point? Actually, we do. Kazuma. Sorry, Ryunosuke. I have nothing more. Well, excuse me now, I really must be leaving. The coroner shows up and helps with this. Please wait. Isn't that... What is the meaning of this? Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Mikotoba, Judicial Assistant for the Defense. Mikotoba. In my darkest hour, with nowhere left to go, she appeared like a bolt of lightning, and in her hand she carried a small package wrapped in a furokoshi cloth. Oh, how's everybody enjoying this? Mustache, no. Keeps trying to mess with my nose. Your fault, machine. Your fault. Okay, I think we can carry on now. Hopefully, maybe. Yes, we should. We should carry on. We should carry on right now. Yeah, I'm getting... Because I know it's not hair. I have no hair up here. I have hair right here, which somehow is touching right here, or something's touching right there. Do I have feelers or something? Am I a fish? Am I a human fish? That explains so much. Wait a second, I can't swim.
That explained absolutely nothing. Yeah, even though I'm now this age, I still can't freaking swim. I sink like a rock. Like a rock. Oh, like a rock. A heavy rock, really. I'm very heavy. I'll plunge into the abyss in the ocean, probably. Maybe some beard wax would help right now. God, if I was sponsored by those people, that'd be great. Sponsored by a beard company. They have a luxurious, nice-looking beard. Actually, I will be probably trimming little bits of it, mostly the extremely long bits that kind of go all the way over, ridiculously long, that kind of touch right here. Oh god, some actually do. It's just stray long hairs. I understand you are the judicial assistant to the defense, but why the sudden ingress into my courtroom? And a woman, no less. The rules state that females are not permitted into this court of law other than to testify. This I fully understand. I ask only for 5 minutes of time. I have some vital evidence that I must hand over to the defense. Ha, you're too late, little girl. The trial has already been concluded. 5 minutes, I will not allow a moment more. But, Your Excellency, I am most grateful. Okay. That's not gonna work. Okay, great, you go with it. This. Ow. There. You'll keep me cool, but you won't freaking throw my mustache in my face. Boot. God, that reminds me of boot to the head. We are playing that game where someone actually didn't make the boot to the head thing with as well. Who exactly are you? I'm sorry. There's no time, please. Simply accept this for now. What is it, a report about something? Written in English? It's Jezlael Britt's research, the Englishwoman's. After the trial resumed, earlier, I hurried back to the university. I went to Dr. Wilson's laboratory in the medical facility and borrowed this paper. Oh yes, that's right. Miss Brett was studying under the professor, wasn't she? I mean, she could have found a way to make some poisons that are hidden. I'm afraid I don't know. I don't speak English. I've been able to listen to the proceedings of this trial myself. Oh no, of course not. Cure, what's that? I've never heard that word before. Time's up. The prosecution demands the immediate removal of this female trespasser from the courtroom. There's too little time for me to read it in detail, but I've summarized that I could on a note just inside the cover. If you think it could be valuable, please cast your eye over it. This is wonderful, thank you. Goodbye then, and good luck. Let's go look at it now.
Holy crap! It's... Actually, this makes a lot of sense now. Instant paralysis in the entire body and subsequent death, even in minute dose. The above aforementioned effects occur when the poison enters the body through a wound, such as that infected by a blowpipe dart. Due to the inability to render the human body paralytic, it's believed the toxin could have applications as an anesthetic. However, a solution for the respiratory arrest caused as a result of the full body paralysis must be found first, or patients would die of suffocation. Goodbye then, good luck. This actually makes a lot of sense now. You have had long enough, counsel. We cannot detain our English guests any longer. The defense now, one last time. Does either side have any further evidence to present to the court? I presume not, but the prosecution has made its case convincingly enough already. Nothing more to add, Your Excellency. We're out of options here. This really is our last chance. Yes or no? Your Excellency, the defense does have new evidence. That look. The unyielding stare of a true Japanese warrior. Well, Miss Brett, you're kind of boned now. But mind, perhaps you could grace us with your presence a little longer. But I'm afraid it's not so very long time until tea time. Politely declined. Forgive me, Miss Brett. It seems I wasn't clear. I realized it was phrased as a question, however, it's a statement. You're staying here for a bit. That is an order. Like, oh, great. My apologies, dear lady. Counsel, what is new evidence that demands the court's attention?
Yes!
Well, Brett, we understand you were studying under Dr. Wilson at Yamea University doing research. Research by sheer coincidence, perhaps. Into a deadly poison. What? Poison? Where are you going into this council? Toxin known as Kirei, Your Excellency. A slight amount of this deadly poison entering the body leads to instant death. But let's not poison the water! You wouldn't have done. What do you mean? I mean, you wouldn't have heard of Kirei before for one very simple reason. It doesn't exist in our country. It doesn't exist. Correct, which means no matter what tests police can do for toxins, they never identify Kirei. Why? Because there's no test available here that can identify the presence of this highly deadly poison. What? Order! 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 I would like a chili cheese fry. I would actually like some... I would like some food right now. Alright, so it seems like my next week's available for me because everybody's scheduling next week is freaking tabletop. Great. Counsel, does this poison truly exist? According to this report authorized by the visiting research student from England, Kirei has long been used by the tribespeople of South America as poison to lace their arrows. It seems that it's reasonably well known among European doctors and scientists. To lace their arrows, the report states that it is
produced from the extract of a tree that grows deep in the Amazonian jungle. It was first brought back to Europe at the turn of the century by explorers. It claims that animals shot by arrows laced with Cuirae suffer instant death. Doesn't that sum it up, Miss Brett?
Objection!
Trumpery! These aspirate are utter trumpery! To start with, if the victim had been administered some of the so-called deadly poison, he would have been squirming and writhing in pain, and the other diners would have surely noticed. No, because it causes paralysis. I've noticed a disturbance like that. I don't remember anything like that either. I didn't notice the professor being in any kind of pain. According to this, however, it's the other way around. What do you mean, the other way around? The very fact that the victim didn't show any visible signs of distress is evident that Cuirae was used. Explain yourself, Counsel. The moment this toxin enters the person's system, it causes instant paralysis. In other words, afflicted victims lose all strength and are completely unable to move. Even if they were in total agony, there would be no signs of pain at all. Obviously, if a man lost all strength in his muscles, he'd collapse on the floor. But with a chair under him for support, as Dr. Wilson did, the effects could go largely unnoticed. But I don't follow Kazuma. That's just paralysis. I thought the poison caused instant death. The full explanation is extremely unpleasant. Poison causes immediate paralysis instead, leaving the victim unable to move. And then you suffocate to death. But after a short time, the paralysis is so severe it causes muscles that control respiration to fail. In other words, the actual cause of death is suffocation. All the while the victim is conscious and aware, just unable to move. That's hideous. To the observer, it would look almost like the victim was slipping peacefully into an endless sleep. But for the victim himself, his final moments would be a living hell. That is the true nature of the deadly Cuirae poison. Everybody is stunned silent. And you're suggesting that this bottle, Counsel, actually contains this terrifying poison. This is all very convenient, isn't it? Unknown poison for which there is no means of testing. What a happy tale for the defense. If I may. All these facts you think you're so clever, but you must... Gosh. It's her research. Who must be taught. Of course. Dear lady. So this is how you Japanese behave, is it? What? You steal another's honest hard work and then announce the results as if you discovered them. I'm appalled. What a lonesome act. Ming, she just confirmed them being real. Whatever do you mean? Capitalizing on the unfortunate circumstances of an innocent man to frame him for a heinous crime. That truly is a lonesome act. Won't you agree? Enough of this! I, for one, refuse to accept it. The idea of some poison that doesn't exist in the great Empire of Japan is breaking the rules. What's so funny? She can't help it. Oh, excuse me. Your Excellency. Yes, Miss Brett? May I borrow that bottle for a moment, please? Well, yes, I don't see, why not? Just gonna pour it out. We're just gonna drink it. Instant little island boys. Sorry. But in truth, it wasn't used like that already. I'm getting bored of all of it now. It's time for the games to end. Cheers. It's not in the bottle. No sparkle left at all. How appropriate for this shabby affair. 1 second. Okay, what do you want, sugar? You want out in the room? They're all stunned again. That's fine. Streaming. I was wondering why it was hot. The temperature was set up higher. Sugar. Don't barge into the room like that. It's not nice. Goodness. Whatever is the matter? Y'all look stunned. So, no cure. Bottle was clean. Is that what you're saying? Boy, but of course. That's the simple truth. Thank you for presenting the findings of my research. The Grand Venue, most kind. But she actually did use it. Yes, Miss Brett. And sure, she didn't take her glass, she took his glass. While he was turned. So I'm noticing something here. That bottle of water contains no poison, actually. Ah. There has to have been poison in that bottle, doesn't there? But there can't have been, because otherwise she would have keeled over dead. Shut up! Oh.
Objection!
Are you blind? There is no possible way that the bottle contains poison. I mean, we just saw Miss Britt drinking the water from it. That's right, which rather complicates your argument, I think. And I believe that complication to be explained. It has to be dealt with a wound. Okay, we have to check this a bit more. Instant,
Yes!
in truth, she's actually still showing it.
Objection!
That it's not a valid explanation, no? After all, we don't speak English. That report is utter gibberish. This impotent young scoundrel is trying to ridicule the court. Your Excellency, I'm not trying to ridicule anyone. Honest. It's notes. I concur. This report is too extensive to be considered in its entirety by the court. Should have to check it a bit more. Synopsis notes, special characteristics. Okay. Special characteristics. We've been hearing a lot about the Curie poison. And it's left me curious about something. Oh, Consul. He had a wound in his mouth. Years and years to lace the heads of the arrows that they shoot at one of the prey they're hunting. So we've been led to believe, yes. And the point of hunting is to catch prey to eat. Get to the point already. But if they were eating here were to use these laced arrows, doesn't that mean there would be traces of poison left in the prey the hunters were going to eat? Yes, good point. But surely the hunters wouldn't want to eat their prey, would they? Because then they'd be eating poison. Good gracious, Council, no, that would be madness. But I actually found the answer to that conundrum in this research paper here. I was like, wait a second, oh yeah, it's a poison that's entered through the bloodstream, that's right. And he has a perfect wound for it in his mouth. To work after entering the body through a wound. You say? I see, that makes sense. Yes, that mention of that particular detail seemed a little strange to me, though. But makes sense when you interpret what's written like this. When a Curie enters the body through an open wound, it has terrifying poisonous effects. However, it's kind of rendered useless whenever it doesn't have a point in it. When it enters the body via mouth, it has no poisonous effects whatsoever. What? Miss Brett? You authored this research. You know the Curie's special characteristics, and you knew that you could make a spectacle of drinking that water without any danger to yourself. You meddling little... The heck is with that hat? Well, Ryunosuke, it turns out you could be a lawyer. You're an even better lawyer than I thought you'd be. Really? Me? A lawyer? Nah, I couldn't be. All this poison talk is fascinating, I'm sure, but I fail to see how it possibly... So, an ill-bred little puppy has a new toy to play with, some facts he read in a book. But I'm afraid knowledge doesn't suit you, little boy. It only makes you look silly. I'm trying to say. This boy's logic has a little flaw, fatal flaw. Schoolboyish flaw. Has your brain ever managed to deduce Curie is safe to ingest? It seems likely that its effects are neutralized by the acidic nature of the gastrics. Oh yes, well, of course. What are they? But this lethal poison is completely harmless when drunk. The professor wouldn't have died when he swallowed it, would he? That's right, no. You're wrong! He has a wound in his mouth from the freaking... That's basic science. Science that even a schoolboy... But I said no. No, you're actually wrong. You have glanced over the dental work! Are you trying to suggest... Yes,
This Curie poison is completely irrelevant to the case on trial. That's right. Surely even a little cockroach like you could understand something as simple as that. What is this welling up inside me? I've never felt like this before. It's sort of conviction to break down all the discrepancies. It's so intense, almost rage-like. And more than anything else, it's an animalistic desire to take down my prey.
Objection!
And now he finally uses that. I don't think so, Miss Jezebel, Brett. How dare you use that tone with me? You know very well that there is no fatal flaw here. You know exactly why, even though that both you and the victims will... No. 1 second, I shall solve this issue very quickly. Ah. I feel dumping a bucket of water would actually solve it as easily as well, but I'm not gonna do that. It'd be stupid. Same poison. You are alive, but Dr. Wilson's dead. Counsel, I'm sure I don't need to remind you. You must provide compelling evidence. As we now know that the poison completely harmless when ingested, why would Dr. Wilson alone be killed by the Curie?
Take that!
Miss Brett so readily pointed out she drank the same water as the professor. However, there is a fundamental and fatal difference between the two diners. A fatal difference? Oh god, she's figured it out! The toxic effects of Curie are only felt when the poison enters the body through an open wound. So for a healthy person with no injuries, drinking it is completely harmless. But what if there was a wound inside the mouth of the person drinking the poisoned water? Inside? Yes, like the wound you might have if you had just been to the dentist and had a tooth extracted, for example. Good! Miss Brett, you've acknowledged many times in your testimony already that you were well aware of Dr. Wilson's dental appointment that day. Oh god! So that's it. Use that knowledge to orchestrate this. Oh, she's gonna go nuts now. Is she laughing? Not like to repeat myself, but honestly, I can't resist. These childish courtroom games and your half-baked arguments are also puerile. What do you mean? Don't worry, little schoolboy. You'll find out soon enough. You see, when you leave a vital evidence lying around, you never know what might happen to it. I mean, I could just slip... Oh dear, how careless of me. Afraid that some crucial evidence may have been tragically destroyed. No! What is it? Actually, it's legal. Oh, great. You still have some very compelling evidence left intact. The gun. Of course, of course! You're referring to this photographic print, I presume, dear lady. That's right. And really, looking at this photograph, it's clear as day, isn't it? The poor professor was back to me. So of course, the only person who could have shot him from the front is the little schoolboy. No, you killed the victim that day, using Kure. And then, in order to frame Ryunosuke for the crime, you waited until he picked up the pistol you arranged for him to find on the floor, before you shot the professor's dead body in the chest with your own hidden gun. Then, in the confusion that followed, all I had to do was turn the dead professor in his chair around. You see, you had every opportunity to commit this crime. What a wonderful imagination you have, young man. A hidden gun, you say? And I shot the professor's dead body with it. Terribly sorry, but you don't seem to have a shred of evidence. Actually, we do. Yes, we've come this far, but now you're the only one who can finish it. What do you mean? You've lost a vital piece of evidence, it's true. So if there are any clues left for us to use now, there must be in your head. Well, yes, it's true, but I didn't manage to notice that the woman has a foreigner with a swan on her head. Every last detail about the scene that day. Everything you saw, everything you felt, every color, every smell. What I saw, what I felt. Every color, every smell. Kazuma, right? Somewhere in the vibrant memory of the same scene in my head, I could be any other clue to expose the identity of Wilson's killer. There is a clue. Actually, Kazuma, I think I might have something. Why would the food be right in front of him? You always have something up your sleeve, don't you, Ryunosuke? On then, let's wipe the smug smile off that Englishwoman's face with some evidence. Alright, I can't wait. It's been niggling. God, that's a freaking pain butt word to say. It's been messing with me. That something feels amiss in my memories that day. Whatever it is, could be the key to arriving at the truth about all this. There's somewhere that clue that shows Dr. Wilson's killer must have... It's that blood.
Take that!
Inspector Hosonaga, answer me this. Yes, what is it? Some miles away, probably thinking about that bottle being smashed. As you said a number of times now, you strive for perfection in your investigations, don't you? Absolutely. I wonder, therefore, if perhaps you took anything else from the scene of that crime. Like, for instance, the plate of steak you took to the victim's table that day. That's blood there. This is a memory that's troubling me. What memory? I saw a scene show up in the photographic print with my own eyes that day. I saw that on the wooden base of the plate that the steak was served on, there was a splattering of blood. What? Oh, really? And what of it? Oh, this must have happened when you shot the professor. No, that can't be the case. Because if he was, then he'd be everything there. The plate of steak is almost directly behind the victim. If I'm supposed to have shot Miss Dr. Wilson in the chest from the front, there's no way the blood from the victim could have ended up directly behind him. Yes, blood could have made onto the plate, and it implies the plate was between the victim and the shooter. Sitting opposite the professor as you were. Mrs. Albrecht, I beg your pardon. This is beyond ridiculous. Fabricated nonsense. I believe something the accused has apparently just remembered seeing. This could be the moment that my entire career in the police force has been leading to. I have the plate! You mean... Yes, I took the plate, in the interest of preserving evidence from the scene of the crime. I took it neat and all, and I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief because of... You did what? I took the steak that you had been eating, Miss Brett. I took the steak that the sergeant had been eating. I took everyone's food, and everyone's drink. I did it all in the name of justice, because I'm completely nuts. And also, well, actually completely right to do it, actually. Whether there's a bloodstain on Miss Brett's plate, we must examine it now. Inspector, present your evidence. Sorry for the delay. Here's what you ordered, the steak. What about the blood? Is there blood on it? Of course there isn't. Quickly, Inspector, the blood man, show the court. Of course, examine the plate at your leisure. Where's the blood? No, no blood. No blood anywhere. What? No, that's... possible. This is why you can't trust what the Japanese tell you. Great. More comments like that. I can agree more. In this case, a disgrace to the Empire. I do promise to do my best to forget all about it when it's over. It's a cow, obviously. Most likely because the restaurant's signature dish is beef. Huh? What in the world is this? I think it's a Koban coin and the hallmark of the Hoei era, I believe. I mean, what is it? I mean, what's it doing there? Wait, did you say it is a Hoei Koban? Yes, and apart from the meat juices, looks like it's in good condition. It's very valuable. This means a lot, actually. Not until the final gavel. Never stop believing in yourself. Keep looking forward, no matter what. Believe in myself, really? Maybe I should at least examine the evidence for myself. I presume any further examination of evidence in this trial will be unnecessary. Does the defense have any objection? Yes, we do. Your Excellency, please wait. The plate of beef is hiding another clue. Another clue that will reveal the shocking truth. That's shocking here is your unhealthy fascination with beef steak. I think I've made myself clear, haven't I? I will not be able to turn a blind eye to any more unnecessary procrastination in this trial. I'm sorry, Miss Brett, but we must ensure a thorough examination of the evidence. I will not give a ruling until I'm completely satisfied with a reasonable doubt has been dispelled. I see, as a newly out of the country, that's still your position, is it? Thank you, Your Excellency. Counsel for the defense, you will now clearly show the court to what you're alluding. One. Huh? What in the world is this? I think it's a Koban coin. From the Hoei era, I believe. Pearls before swine and all that other stuff. This means, yeah, it's, that's a... Well, look. What are you thinking, of eating it? No, but the next time I order steak in an expensive restaurant, one thing's for sure. My heart's going to be racing if I lift up the meat and peer underneath for a prize. I think you might have the wrong end of the stick about you this, Ryunosuke. A logical explanation.
Got it!
Good gracious, that's... a Koban? What on earth? That's the wrong one. Miss Brett? This is in fact the beef steak that you ordered at the restaurant on the day in question, is it? Tell me, why is there an old coin seemingly hidden underneath the meat? That's a ridiculous question. How should I know? I've never seen that thing before in my life. I don't know what that is, what this is, but I don't want part of it. See how it's relevant. A coin under the meat. That could simply have been a careless mistake by the chef in the moment of distraction. Don't be absurd. We're supposed to believe that this happened by accident in the kitchen. Just happened to be hidden underneath a piece of steak. This turns out to be irrelevant to the case. I'll rip up my ticket to Great Britain right now. He's right. It can't be a coincidence. Your Excellency, this is the wrong steak. You could buy a lower job right now. By all means, don't let us stop you. No one invited you anyway. Perhaps, little boy, you should realize that It is you who is irrelevant, even though I'm the one on trial here. The point is, it's essential that we ask the owner of this coin if he can explain what's doing under that stake. The owner. Yes, it's obviously there's only one person it can belong to. The Koban coin was this man.
Take that!
Obviously, it can only be the antique stealer, the owner of Ratsutai Curio Kurotake-san. As in Mr. Cucumber something. Honestly, these ridiculous Japanese names are quite unfathomable. Ah, yes. You testified earlier alongside the military sergeant, correct? Yes, Your Excellency. I remember him saying that he was up to something with the Koban coin when it happened. And extremely the moment the gun was fired. He lost it. Hunting for treasure. Indeed, Hoei-era Koban, my prized coin! Then this Hoei-era Koban, do you mean to tell me... Please, why would... Since Koban be sandwiched between the victim's steak and its plate? It makes no sense. Yes, it doesn't make sense. Which is why I'm asking to bring Kurakuda-san back to the witness stand so we can ask him. Officer, bring both witnesses that testified earlier back in here without a moment's delay. Can't believe you've come back round to that pair again. But I have a hunch, a strong hunch, that if we chase down the real significance of this Koban, we'll find that it's a key element in this case. What's all this all about? Why have I been called up again? Don't you realize that it's dinner time now for the little baby Ido? My son's belly is empty. He's fiercer than a pack of wolves. Exploited by the police, we were, like miserable dogs, forced to bear false witnesses. False witness. And when cast from this courtroom myself, I became a ruined man in the trice, a worthless, withered antique. Nothing more I have to say. The sun has set on the shop owner existence. Ah. Be that as it may, Kurakata-san. Something's come to light that requires your clarification. As far as your Rasuai memory, yes, that's it! The one, the very one, the exact one that it is. The pleasant, splendiferous Hoei treasure that my rusty bones managed to misplace that faithful day. Can't be. As I thought. Young man, enlighten this decrepit old fool. Put me out of my misery. Where was my treasure? Where was it dropped? Oh, I'm not sure if it was dropped anywhere. We found your coin sandwiched between a beefsteak and its plate, soaking in the seasoned meat's juices. Sandwich? Soaking? Seriously? Really, it couldn't have fallen there by accident. Actually, that'd be freaking weird if it did. Which means somebody must have hidden it there on purpose. Somebody concealed my Hoei treasure between a slab of meat and a metal plate. Why do such a thing? What? Such an God, that's... He is angry. Rightfully so. Someone stole a coin. Someone stole my coin! It's Bumbo! Excuse me. Could I say something? Yes, of course. Proceed, Inspector Hosonaga. I mentioned this earlier on in the trial, but I was working undercover in the restaurant in order to investigate another case. This is part of the case. Ah, yes, that's right, the secret undercover operation. La Carnival is a high-class Western cuisine restaurant. It attracts wealthy diners, including many foreigners. Recently, there's been a run of similarly executed thefts targeting the restaurant's rich clientele. A number of such incidents have been reported to the police bureau. People been stealing artifacts and other things. Ah, yes, blame the British. Wicked crimes indeed. I'm gonna nip the case in the bud quickly, especially with so many foreigners being infected. Is it? Yes, I took the job of waiter at the restaurant in order to flush out the criminal. Seems likely that this Koban incident is the work of the same thief. So, unbeknownst to us, there was a master thief at work in this restaurant on a regular basis. It's the Hat! It's always been the Hat! It's the Hat! It's alive! It's a thief! It's a swan thief. What's coin? What's Bumbo's coin? And also I keep getting... Okay, I'll do a quick be right back. I gotta do one thing. Mainly to end a certain issue with myself right now. 1 second. Oh, dang, you are in the way. Move! Move, Doc. I've ended my issue. Mainly needing to wax my mustache. No, it hasn't ended. Great! The place was already the scene of several crimes, it seems. Oh, you should back up again. Okay, dog. I don't know about the master thief part, but the idea of the person who stole and hid Kurokata's Koban is all too clear. What? What? I think the court would like to hear the defense's view on this matter. Actually, that's a good question. I have no clue who did it.
Is it him? No, wait, it's not a master thief. It was... What? How? How dare you? You monster! Monster. You stole that Koban. I stole that Koban, did I? I'm the master thief of La Cavania, am I? You're seriously accusing me of these crimes, cadet? But it wasn't me, it was Ido! Ido's the master behind all this. Actually, I was gonna blame the kid, actually. Because it was the kid. It makes perfect sense. You wouldn't push the blame for your crimes onto your own son, an innocent little baby. It's you who's the monster, Sergeant Noza. You. Clippity clop, clippity clop, clippity clop. Ah! Nippon Imperial Army Sergeant, preparing to stand down the Supreme Court, sir. Freaking lost himself. Pushing his kid slowly back down. Do any of you know of the extraordinary low wages of the Nippon Imperial Army pays those expects to keep our country safe? Expects to keep our country safe. Ooh, yeah, that's... They probably get a crap wage. Taxation owing to the recently ended conflicts remain in place. And I have heard it's hard for lower-ranking soldiers to make a living, yes. All I want is to put a hot meal on the table for my son. It's actually kind of understandable. They were stealing things at the restaurant. Place is heaving with money. It's tons of money. Every 3 days I'd go there, do reconnaissance for a target. And I enjoyed chomping my way through a good steak at the same time. It's like he doesn't bother with a knife and fork, even, which is worryingly believable. I can actually believe that. And your target that day was the old man with his Koban. Yeah, sir. Yes, sir. Here's an easy mark. I slipped the coin into my pocket without any trouble at all. A very veritable phantom thief you are. I was all set to leave the steak. I was halfway done through devouring when it happened. Bang. Yes, when the professor was shot, I knew that the police conducted a search and found the coin in my pocket. I'd be finished. Adios, too. So I had encrypting evidence as fast as I could on the double. I slipped it under the steak, hoping that I'd be able to rendezvous with it again at a later date. Whose steak? This is ridiculous. Perhaps you could carry on with this absurd prattling in your own time. Well, Miss Brett. Of course, dear lady, of course. How rude of us. May the esteemed gentlewoman please be excused, Your Excellency. No. Actually does, because he hid it under the steak. Nonsense, is it? Well, oof. And as for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork, it's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness. Very well, now that the question concerning this witness's testimony has been answered, so no further adjudicating for detaining her. Miss Brett, you are free to leave. No, not yet. Good luck, everyone. And good day. What's the matter with you? This is no time for daydreaming.
Oh no, it's just... Something about Miss Brett's parting words there got me thinking. I can't quite work out what exactly, but something she said jarred with me. Was a contradiction in there somewhere, something that didn't quite add up. Don't just stand there thinking and make your voice heard. Sorry. You can think later. But if you don't call now, it'll be too late and the trial will be over.
Hold it!
Wait, Miss Brett. What is it now? I'm afraid, just one last time, there's something I'd like to ask you. I'd like to explain the contradiction in your parting words with just a few moments ago. What are you talking about? What contradiction? What'd she say, actually? Good luck, everyone, and good day. Well, what parting words are you talking about, Ryunosuke? Mistaken biting into it without using a knife and fork is beyond nonsense. It's pure madness. Yes, I'm right. What she said there exposed an undeniable contradiction. Truly are contradictory. Where is the evidence to prove it? How it was eaten? What is... biting into it without a knife and fork? Go on. More accurately, Your Excellency, the steak that was on the victim's table just before the professor was killed. They're splitting hairs. Not true. Doesn't something about the steak strike you as very unnatural? Unnatural? What on earth do you mean? It was bitten out of. Extremely obvious. I'm talking about the shape of the edge where it's been eaten. I see you've noticed it too, Miss Brett. Noticed what exactly, Counsel? Just a few moments ago, Miss Brett claimed no Englishman could have contemplated picking up a steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork. Of course she did. She's a refined English gentlewoman herself. Then take a look at the steak, in particular the edge where it's been eaten. It's been bitten out of. As you can see, there are clearly defined barbaric teeth marks there. Oh. Looks like Miss Brett has realized something. This isn't the right steak. So, if the witnesses she claims wouldn't contemplate eating anything without using a knife and fork, There shouldn't be teeth marks in the steak at all. But what is your actual point? This isn't the right steak. This isn't the right plate. Oh, whatever you say, dear lady. As I said, I really must be leaving now. Afternoon tea with the Minister of Justice cannot possibly wait any longer. Of course, of course. This will all be over in the blink of an eye. Rest assured I'm about to put this rook in his place. Just shut up. I've heard enough. You irritating little speck... called Samurai Relic. Of course, dear lady. What's the matter, Miss Brett? Have you ruffled your feathers? Clearly, the witness knows what that means. To realize the catastrophic implications these teeth marks in the steak would have for her. Do you know where you're going with this? Yes, now at last, it's all come together. All the mysterious teeth marks in the steak had all allegedly been eaten with cutlery. The reason why the bloodstain I saw somehow seemed to have disappeared is because it's the wrong plate. Most importantly, the evidence that proves once and for all who shot Dr. Wilson that day. I accept that these teeth marks in the steak are a little unnatural, as you put it, Counsel. But what exactly are you suggesting that it tells us? Everything, Your Excellency. Everything? Yes, I believe that these barbaric teeth marks in the steak here amount to conclusive evidence in this case. Evidence that will prove beyond any doubt who shot Dr. Wilson. Conclusive evidence? How many times have I heard that today? You wouldn't know the meaning of the phrase typical Japanese empty threats. How can you be so sure? Oh, it's quite simple. If you really had such conclusive evidence, you wouldn't have presented it to the court long ago. Actually, the evidence I'm talking about hasn't been brought before the court yet. Hasn't been? What? But just because it has been shown yet, doesn't mean that the evidence does not exist. That is absurd. The trial has run several hours already, and you said there's evidence brought forward? There can't be. I don't believe you yet have it. But there's something who does have it. Someone in this very courtroom. And that person is willing to submit the piece of evidence I'm referring to. Oh god, I have to freaking sing this part! Oh god, I have to sing it Phoenix Wright. Actually, give me a second, I have to do a thing. Give me a second, where is... video capture part? To reveal the truth of this whole affair! Oh god, I have to sing. One second, I have to mute right. Oh god, I had to blow my nose right there, and oh god, it freaking hurts! And why I can't really sing right now, because I have to sing to all this crap, and sing and sing and sing and sing. How do I freaking... I can't really think of a song. I can't speak in a normal sing-song voice. Oh god. Dog's not even reacting to this voice. This voice is not really good at all. Oh god. We have to sing and sing and sing. For how long? For how long? Oh, 5 minutes of pain. Oh god, why 5 minutes of pain? Oh wait, this is the person who has the thing that we need. Take that now! The answer is obvious! It's Inspector Hosonaga! For he is the one who has the true evidence of the true steak. The true steak! The truest of true steaks. You think I've been withholding evidence? Shit. That's ridiculous. I'm not saying that. Everyone's attention has been focused in the steak with the teeth marks. Now, earlier this afternoon, Sergeant Nosa told the courtroom the following. I'd enjoyed chomping my way through a good steak, and as well as admitting to stealing for that freaking coin. Told us that he slipped it under the steak. That damnable steak. That cursed steak. Sergeant Nosa, could you please confirm something for me? Was the steak that you put the coin under in fact your own steak? Affirmative, of course, I might be a soldier in the Imperial Army. But still, I'm not brave enough to ask a foreign gentle lady if she'd mind me manhandling her meal to hide something in it. Oh God. Oh God. Oh God. I have to keep on singing through this. Oh, 1 second. Oh, thank God. I'm going to pull out another drink then. Gosh dang it, door! Nuts! Yeah, this game doesn't really work very well with singing, because I have to do it in operatic sort of thing, and I need someone else here to do it. I found out I need to drink a gallon of water a day. In other words, the steak had the detectives... In other words, the steak that the detectives submitted as evidence earlier was in fact Sergeant Nosa's meal. But that makes no sense! That plate was taken from the victim's table. Yes, yet the gentlewoman doesn't take bites of her steak, nor did she have any opportunity to steal the coin. Of course I didn't steal it! To even suggest such a thing would be an affront to the entire British Empire. Do you hear the sheer gall from her? To not steal something from a foreign country. That is a British person. I feel China would like to say something. I feel Rome would like to say something. I feel Japan would like to say something. I feel the entirety of South America would like to say something to Europe. Definitely no Rome would. Stealing one column. No, Egypt definitely would. Well then. How do you explain this paradox? Exactly. Surely you're not going to suggest that the sergeant switched the two stakes over. No, it's the wrong plate.
You did switch the plates. Well, after it happened, when I saw a civilian had been murdered right in front of my eyes like that, I panicked. As said, I immediately lifted my stick and hid the coin underneath it, but then when the waiter announced he was an undercover police officer, I thought I had it. If he decided to investigate my slapmate, that'd be it. I'd be getting my marching orders. So I swapped the plates. Here I was arrested and taken off to the kitchen. I seized my chance. With military precision and timing, I switched my steak with the one on the foreign lady's table. What? You can't have! I never saw you do such a thing! It's actually quite fast. It's called Operation Lightning Bolt. There was no time for strategic planning. It was do or die time. I tell you. So yes, I did what had to be done. Unbelievable! Yeah, because it's the wrong steak. I was like, wait a second, this plate looks like it's been bitten out of. It looks like I ate out of it. Me and the sergeant here, eat kind of sort of the same. We just get I just get the fork and just eat it like a freaking apple. Eat a steak like an apple at times. It's like, I get annoyed with trying to cut through a piece of meat at times. But then I just only do that at home. At an actual restaurant, I actually cut it properly. But at home, like... like a freaking barbarian. Just get a knife. Boom! Boom! Like a man. Eat a steak with just a knife and just eat it from the knife like a crazy man. Steak on a stick. Yeah. Protein. God, me showcasing how I eat just be terrifying to some people. How do you eat this? Dunk, dunk. How do you eat soup? However, fear not, prosecutor-san. What now? I swear on the brass buttons on my uniform that is all I did, sir. All you did, that's plenty, Sergeant! So, if Sergeant knows to switch plates over, it can be considered a soup. If you think about it, it means he took Miss Brett's steak and the plate it was on back to his own table. Yes, that follows. Inspector Hosonaga? Yes. Earlier in this trial, you told the court this. You said that you had not only taken Miss Brett's steak after the incident, but also the sergeant's. That to preserve the evidence, you had taken both. Ah. Oh god. Miss Brett's boned! She's bones! The British Empire's gonna curse her out! You're full of bones! Oh god, someone showed me the iconic outtakes from freaking, what's called again, Ace Attorney now in the English dub. So I must, watch it eventually and then just start speaking in that tone. Yes, this is a Japanese game. This is a, well, it's in English. This is Ace Attorney Chronicles. This is before Phoenix Wright. I think this is Phoenix Wright's, grandfather or something like that, Ryunosuke, then please, present it to the court now. He's somehow related to him. The plate that was actually on the victim's table at the precise moment he was shot.
What can that possibly tell us now? I mean, a cold slab of tough meat, it can't have the slightest bearing on this case. No, you're not wriggling your way out this time, lady. Beg your pardon. Yeah, we're in Japan right now. Phoenix Wright's is in America, but this one is in Japan. Actually, I think Phoenix Wright takes place. Actually, depending on the Phoenix Wright game, is in America or Japan or Britain. This one's actually going to go into Britain soon because Kazuma there, Mr. Flapping Headband, is going to go to Britain to learn law there. Surely you remember the reason why the steak pan promises to prove such a problem for you, no? You're the ones who decided it was a problem, not me. Reason defense asked to see the plate was to confirm something the defendant remembers seeing. Thinks he remembers? I'm quite sure of what I saw, Miss Brett. Blood. Memory serves him well. And now we have the evidence to prove it. The plate you were eating from, Miss Brett. Let's not prolong this any further, Inspector. You will show the evidence to the court. In plate that was originally on the victim's table at the time of the incident. Yes, sir. I shall present the plate. This is an inspector, and he's was undercover as a waiter. Sorry for keeping you. Here is the other steak and its plate. Please feel free to examine it. It is properly cut. It's clearly visible. Look. Now it makes everything clear. The blood you can see on the side of the plate shows that at the moment the victim was shot, he was facing the table with his back to me. In other words, this is impossible for Naruhodo-san to have shot the victim. Yes! Objection! And all that other fun stuff from this series. That's where all that stuff comes from. It can't be. In fact, there's only one person who could possibly have shot Dr. Wilson from the front. Sure, everyone knows by now who that person is. Miss Brett? Miss Jizzleisle Brett? It's you! You're the culprit! And your swan hat! Your swan hat's also a culprit. It's a gun. It's a monster. Outdone by a Japanese... It's me. By a Japanese schoolboy. Ah, definitely British. From that time. So full of racism. And so being punched in the gut right now. Ah, good. Feels good. It's good to feels good. Oh god, the swan hat's gonna try and murder us! The heck did we just see? She's a witch! Burn her!
No, wait, Japan, they what, this? I'm trying to stop some itching on my nose for some stupid reason that's happening right up here, and it's just bothering me. And I know it's not my mustache, because my mustache is now properly kept down with mustache wax. It's not this thing. Maybe I do have a bit of hairs up there. No, I don't. Huh. Weird. Most unbecoming behavior for an English gentlewoman, forgive me. Well, Miss Brett, you're guilty. I think it's time you told the court what exactly happened that day. The truth, this time. Gladly, Your Excellency. I'm going to bullshit my way out of this issue. It's I who took the professor's life using Cure. As you surmised, I chose that particular day for one very important reason. The professor had a dental appointment for the extraction from one of his teeth in the morning. Sir planned to kill the professor, knowing that no trace poison would be found in his water, because Cure is unheard of here in Japan. Yes, of course, I never intended to remain at the restaurant for long as I did. Well, if I didn't have this, I'd be a bald man. So I have the beard. Also, this is annoying, just I have to wait until it gets long enough so I can actually just, braid it. I have to braid my, my mustache at some point. I'm gonna look like some super villain sort of guy with a freaking ridiculous mustache. And a ridiculous beard. I got my twirly mustache. I'm gonna tie someone up to the tracks. And I gotta have an evil top hat. Oh wait, I gotta get an evil top hat and a black suit. God, I gotta lose weight for the black suit. Gosh, dang, I'm heavy. I only needed to see the professor take one tiny sip of his water and it'd be all over. I had placed the steak I had ordered in front of him to make it appear as though he had been dining alone. However, before any of that happened, there was an unexpected visitor at the professor's table. That'd be me, I suppose. Yes, you. Who else? Such a trifling matter, but the fact that you decided to come over to greet the professor meant that I had lost all my chance to slip away unnoticed. In due course, the professor took a sip of his water and was paralyzed. I made sure he was sitting in his chair such that he wouldn't fall. There's no going back at that point. So I concocted a plan on the spur of the moment. A plan to pin Dr. Wilson's murder on this innocent man. Oh, yes. This is courtroom drama. And also the other reason why I picked this game, because it's like, I can't get Danganronpa yet until it's on sale, because it kind of costs a bit. Still. And I kind of got this game. Yeah, Danganronpa very much took inspiration from the series because it is a very... Because the way that you deal with
courtroom stuff and everything else, proceedings and all other stuff. It's great. I love this series. Also, yeah, I should play this sort of game before I play Danganronpa, because probably Danganronpa is kind of like the Dark Souls of Ace Attorney, maybe. I know Ace Attorney is a little nicer in some cases, depending on things. I decided to use that fact to my advantage. I had the bottle of Curie in my handbag, and my own pistol concealed under my skirt. Under your skirt? So I was right, there were 2 guns. Yes. And then I finished my coffee and got up to leave. That's when I noticed the professor's gun, which you had presumably placed on the floor, placed where you were sure that I would notice it. And then everything went according to plan. Yeah, knowing me, I'd put on normal or put on harder difficulties just to suffer. That or I just let everybody else pick the difficulty and go on from there and just go and say throughout the entire game. Noticed the gun as I intended. And then just as he bent down to pick it up, I shot him. And that's when you shot the professor with your own gun. Even though at that point he was already dead. Naturally, the gunshot caused commotion, at which the waiter appeared. Obviously, I assumed Naruhodo-san was the culprit and apprehended him. Took him to the pantry and joins the kitchen and locked him in. That's when I took the opportunity to turn the professor and his chair around. Because, of course, you needed to make it look like the defendant had shot Dr. Wilson where he'd picked up the gun. So there you have it. That is the entirety of my misdemeanor. Your Excellency? Yes. I wonder. Might I speak with you in private later? Or shall I call on you? Thank you. Good day then, everyone. I hope you can forgive me, Naruhodo-san. She still thinks she can get away with this, and again, she can. Did she just disappear? I opened the drink as you put that up because I knew it was going to happen. I expected it. I expected Inquisition. This trial has finally run its course. I presume the prosecution is in agreement. This can't be. Takasuchi Auchi does not lose. Not to the likes of this rookie student. The barrister getting used to tough opposition. Ah! Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I will haunt you for the rest of your life. You and your family. This insult to the Uchi family will never be forgotten. We will torment you and the rest of your family forever. You've become conceited with age, Council, but the old have to stand aside and make way for the new. It's the way of the world. May you never forget that. Are you going to draw your blade? This courtroom is just insane. May pass and still, the Ochi clan will never measure up to the Naruhodo clan. This trial in the Supreme Court of Japan will, I believe, go down the history as the start of a new chapter in our country's judicial system. He cut wind. This might explain how his headband stays up in the air. Summoned as the accused, you and Ryunosuke Naruhodo presented as an excellent case. I thank you, Excellency. The use of evidence and deduction to unravel the truth is a modern methodology. After all, it has only been a few short decades since our country opened its doors to the wider world, but the Western idea of science is rapidly growing. It's rapidly gaining acceptance here. Actually, I think Japan was the first to properly accept forensics, if I remember right. It accepted forensics very quickly once it was brought into what's called again into the, well, not into the modern. It's more of it's brought up into light as an idea of solving crimes. They kind of accepted it really quickly. Before other countries, they accepted it very well, accepted it very quickly, and used it to solve things. Kind of caused issues because it was still in the infancy. But well, so goes things and such over there. No, I know they were considered one of the earliest acceptors of forensic sciences. Things. The really experimental stuff. Try. Well, ways, but what it will look like, I cannot begin to imagine. Thank you for the young to... That is for the young to pursue. Yeah, I don't remember very much about that sort of stuff. I have to start looking that up. Find that forensics book that I had. Like, it tells the story and history of forensic science. Which hat? This hat? Or where is it? This hat? I got more hats, just I can't find them right now. Actually. I just hat more. After this trial, you are set to embark on a journey of discovery to the illustrious British Empire. Oh God. This hat brings out that voice. Until someone else puts up a thing to tell me to take it off. So I have to wear it until the end of stream, possibly, or until you pay another point. I will take it off to fix it up a bit, because, There we go. Yes. Or someone else would. So I could wear a... So I could get the most obnoxious hat and you'd have to pay me to take it off. God, I should get a Smurf hat. I should get a cheese hat. Then again, I have a bunch of headwear. This trial, you're set in... Oh wait, I already said that. Learn all you can, absorb everything of the wider world that you are able to. And do not forget to fulfill the mission imposed upon you. Uh-huh. I understand, Your Excellency. What was that about? What do you look so grave all of a sudden? Ah, never mind. As for you, Unosuke? Naruhado? We have to say her whole freaking name all the time? Oh, yes? In you, I sense, how can I put it, unusual potential. I very much look forward to seeing how you carry that onwards. There until I feel like I should take it off, because at some point I will probably have to take it off because it gets hot in here. Because this hat's kind of warm. It's a leather hat. It is a Stetson. This is a Stetson hat. It's time to deliver the final verdict. I hereby find the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhado, not guilty. The court is now adjourned. What? Oh, Stetson is a, is a very big, hat company. Well, cowboy hat company. They make cowboy hats. Can't believe it. I can't believe what's happened. I made it. I defended myself and made it through that horrendous trial. Unosuke. You finally pulled it off. Congratulations. Also, hello, fan. How are you? Well, I can't... Well, I couldn't have done it without you. Thank you, Kazuma. It is warm in here. Ha 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 ha! No, it was a pleasure to watch you at work. So you owe me an extra large sukiyaki from that place on Yume University Street. Don't forget. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. All your hard work has certainly paid off. Wait, that's her. Congratulations to both of you. For proving Naruhado-sen's innocence. At least you're not the lady who always gets accused of freaking murder. This next time on Phoenix, right? This lady gets accused of destroying all of Hungary. Or nuking Turkey. Find out next time if she's guilty or not. You know she isn't. No, it's because he's just, it's because of all the hot air in him. He's full of hot air. Our trusty judicial assistant. You worked hard for that result too, you know. Oh no, I didn't do anything. Thank you so much! If we hadn't had that research report of Miss Brett's, I don't know how things would have turned out. Your kind words should really be for my father. I was simply doing as he asked. It was his idea for me to go to the university and investigate. Your father. Ah, yes, of course. Him. He was the one who told you to do that. Speaking of Miko Toba. Ah, there you are. Ah, there you are. I believe congratulations are in order. You're now free. You're now a free man. Good. Naruhodo, you did an excellent job. Thank you, Professor. Oh no, it is I who should be thanking you after all. Your efforts exposed the true criminal that took the life of my good friend. Good friend? Oh yes, you mentioned that before. It was you who actually invited Dr. Wilson to Yume University, wasn't it? Yes, that's right. Professor Mikotoba studied overseas himself. He went to study forensic medicine in Great Britain. Presumably, that's when you met Dr. Wilson. Mr. Wilson! Finally, Dennis the Menace ended Mr. Wilson. These days, we work together in the same hospital. Oh, you work together? I've never heard you mention that before. Well, it was a long time ago now. Besides, it's your turn, Asogi. What? Great Britain is a magnificent country. It leads the world. Oh great, we're in that time. In science, medicine, engineering, culture, and of course in law. Watch and learn, my boy. See what's happening in the world's largest melting pot. Isn't that America? Wait a second, America hasn't done that completely yet. I will. I'll learn all that I can. I swear on this. The spirit of the Asogi clan. You're not taking that sword to Great Britain, are you? Of course I am! It's my sword! A Japanese man's katana is his soul. This blade shows me where I need to go. And cuts down anything that's in my way. Yes, definitely seen how sharp it is with my own eyes. It freaking cut the air. That reminds me, what's happened to the woman? The Jezebel Britt? I mean, after all, she's guilty of murder. Oh yes, her. It's not easy to tell you this, but what do you mean? Surely she's gonna face trial herself now. She's the true culprit after all. She'll be leaving Japan in the very near future. For Shanghai. What? Shanghai? Because she can do that. She can call asylum and then run away. Will not appear in court again in this country, I'm certain of that. What? Why not? It's a matter of consular jurisdiction. Makes sense. She's from Britain and this is Japan. Inspector Hosonaga. And plus it's during this time where you can get away with that sort of crap. The hard-fought battle in the courtroom today. Very impressive to watch. Must congratulate, but what's all this about consular jurisdiction? Well, she's from another country. You cannot try this particular foreigner for her crimes here in Japan. What? You can't try her. But then who? Who's gonna bring her to justice? British Consular Court will hear her case somewhere far away where our voices can't be heard. But why Consular Court? It's probably high up or something in things. Or related to certain people. Professor, simply don't understand. thought counselor courts were a thing of the past now that we've signed the friendship treaty. Yes, in normal circumstances, you're right. Then, so long as this is not a serious incident of a highly political nature of our respective governments, they can't invoke a counselor court just like that. Oh, can't they? Yes, she's a student, but it doesn't justify our government's making secret agreements about her fate, does it? Something strange is going on. Miss Brett can't be held accountable for her actions here in Japan. I'm afraid that for you, that for the young student, today's trial was nothing more than a game all along. There's never a danger of comeuppance for her. I don't believe it. It's how things were back then. During all this crap, British government's Foreign Affairs Ministry has demanded that we hand over custody Miss Brett. They're obviously taking this case to a foreign student. This case of a foreign student committing murder very seriously. It's all going to change from now on. We can make a change. This is a time of great turmoil. This new era heralded by the start of the 20th century. Oh, great. So we're in the 18th or the 1900s. No, we're in the 1900s at this point. We're still... Oof. So yeah, America definitely is the melting pot at that point, then. They're far behind on everything. One day I have no doubt that woman will receive the judgment she deserves. Yes, change is coming. And we're the ones driving it. Well, I think that's enough seriousness for now. This calls for a celebratory drink. But Professor, we're students. Oh wait. Drinking age is different there. Also, this is a different age. That's right. It's no time for gloomy faces. We should be celebrating Ryunosuke's not guilty verdict. Let's start having some fun. In that case, my suggested luck of Carnival. As the head waiter, I should be delighted to provide you with ample food and drink. And you're a detective, Hosonaga-san, aren't you? I'm still the, still the waiter there. Let's not worry about details for now. To La Carnival. Will you accompany us, Professor? Of course! La Carnival's food is second to none. It's a British restaurant. And attend to the paperwork for Naruhata-san's release. Oh yes, thank you. So, Jezebel Britt won't be tried here. I suppose that means I'll never know. I'll never find out why she killed Dr. Wilson. Kazuma? Yes, Ryunosuke? Ryunosuke? I just wanted to say thanks again. That's all. You really saved my skin today. Ah! Ha 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 ha! I didn't do a thing. It was all you. You're the lawyer in there, weren't you? That defense was all your own. You're a man who defended himself. Your skills made the difference, though. One day, I bet you'll be the best lawyer in the world. I'm not so sure about that. To be honest, something kept occurring to me over and over again during that trial. I couldn't help thinking that maybe you're the one destined to become a great lawyer, not me. What? Come on, be serious. If I helped you today, it was only right at the start of the trial. But you have a natural talent for it, for being a defense lawyer, I mean. Oh no, not me. All that tense verbal combat, I never wanted to go through that ever again. I did what you told me to do, that's all, because I knew I could trust you. That's the point. Sorry, what do you mean? What do you mean that's the point? Listen, Ryunosuke. Do you know what the most crucial weapon is that any lawyer needs in order to win? Knowledge of the law? No! The ability to believe. Of course. I think knowing the law is important as well. I don't think BSing your way through law school is a great idea. Then again, this is 19th century in Japan. I feel just... Anyway, to believe what? A defense lawyer has to fight for his clients. He has to believe in them at all times. Like, you believe in me when I said I didn't do it. I'm human, just like you. I don't have some superhuman ability to know the truth. But you have to make a choice about what to believe in and stick to it when you're defending someone. Sometimes, in the courtroom, you can really be backed into a corner. But being able to remain faithful to what you choose to believe in, even then, well, that's not something anyone can do. It takes a special kind of person. Believing in your client. Let's look at today's trial. I'm a student lawyer with a precious little real experience, but you never stop believing in me. Well, you face seemingly hopeless situations time and again, but you never stopped looking for the truth. And in the end, you found it through your own efforts, and because you never stopped believing in me. I might be ending soon, because it's been 6 hours of me just talking non-stop. Thanks, Kazuma. Thanks, Kazuma. I'm trying to do voice acting throughout 6 hours. There's something I want to ask you. Actually, Ryunosuke. Well, it's a favor, really. Something very important to me. Sounds serious, what is... Good. Ah, you're still here, are you? Oh, Inspector Hosono Naga. Huh. I've arranged some rickshaws for us. Let's go. Thank you. We'll be right there. Let's pick up this conversation later. We should be celebrating right now. Your first court victory. And your study tour to Great Britain, don't forget. Ah yes, that too. So my very first trial came to an end. Kazuma, Professor Mikotoba, Susato-san, Inspector Hosonaga, who didn't really play much of a part, but still. It was because of the help and support of all these people that I managed to get through the trial. But more importantly, Kazuma hadn't yet managed to ask his favor of me. Little did I realize just how much it would change my life. He's gonna ask me to become a lawyer and stop being a drama student. So, everyone, hopefully all of you had fun. I had fun.
I can't speak very well right now. My jaw hurts, my voice hurts, everything hurts. I feel dry. I need to drink more water. Probably, I probably need a whole big gulp of water if I ever do this again. Like, just a whole thing of it and just drinking like fucking crazy person. Possibly have the room a lot cooler than this, because holy god, it's hot. But anyway, hopefully you guys had fun. I had fun. That's great. I'll see you guys next time. You guys pop in next time. Hopefully more people pop in next time. Hopefully a lot of people pop in next time. I might do more of this game, or I might do another game. Depends on how I feel. Depends on how everybody else feels about this game. Depends on how people feel about a lot of things. Maybe I could do more Grounded. Maybe I could do a bunch of other things. And I'm talking even though my voice is still freaking hurting the crap out of me, and my freaking face is hurting. Ugh. I might play more, of Cult of the Lamb as well. Actually, I should play that next time, maybe. Or play more of this, because I actually like this sort of style of game as well. It's a great game. It's a great game. Onward, outward, and away, and away, and away for now.